To vote no on this rule and no on the underlying legislation, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there is so much to unpack and to object to in the ranking member's opening statement, but I just want to comment on one of the issues. And I find the statement that Republicans were on vacation laughable. The idea that Republicans were on vacation during the shutdown, it's just simply false. It's false. Many of us were in Washington, or we were in our districts meeting with constituents, advancing local priorities, and staying fully engaged with our constituents and our work. Our dedication to serving the American people didn't pause during the shutdown. Whether in DC or back at home, which for the record, I was in both places, and many of my Republican colleagues were too, we were doing the work we were elected to do. And the real story here is not about the absence, it is about the commitment. And for Republicans, we never wavered. If the Democrats cared so much about working, they would not have shut the government down. And with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, the esteemed chairwoman of the House on Rules.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, psychologists have a word for the things the Democrats accuse us of: projection. Mr. Speaker, I sure hope you did not watch all 7 hours of the Democrat group therapy session last night in the Rules Committee. But if you did, you saw what a clown show it was. It was a crisp 40 degrees outside when we adjourned at around 1:30 a.m. this morning, but with the amount of hot air being spewed by Democrats in the committee room for 7 straight hours, you would have thought we were in the dead of summer. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I don't think Democrats really agree on anything. Last night and into the early hours of this morning, they showed everyone that they couldn't even agree on what they're angry about. They went off on so many tangents that it would have been a miracle if they arrived at a single coherent thought at any point during our meeting. The American people will see the exact same thing play out from them during this debate and during general debate on the floor later today. Apparently, the only thing Democrats can agree on is that the government needs to stay shut down, and that the American people need to suffer even more than they have already made them suffer. We heard from Democrats repeatedly about the millions of people they believe are going to be affected when their own temporary COVID credits sunset at the end of this year. Their own temporary COVID credits. Did we hear anything about the millions of Americans who got walloped by Democrats when they shut the government down? Did we hear an apology from Democrats to the American people for deliberately misleading them over 40 days? Did we hear an admission that the only reason they shut down the government is to cover up for a catastrophic policy failure that they concocted and set an end date on? No, we didn't hear one of those things. Not one. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised. This is the kind of behavior that Americans have come to expect from Democrats. Has anyone ever noticed how Democrats have developed such a visceral reaction when confronted about their abdication of responsibility? They shut the government down, and the moment you call attention to their own actions, all they do is obfuscate and start shrieking about unrelated things. Scientists should study this at length and try to come up with a cure. It's a serious affliction, as was evidenced numerous times over in our Rules Committee meeting. It's well past time to reopen the government and end the Democrat-concocted nightmare that Americans have been living through for over 40 straight days. The CR before us will end that nightmare. It will get this legislative body and the entire nation moving once more. Democrats should grow a spine and accept responsibility for their own failures. I urge a yes vote on the rule, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves her time remaining. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you got to love these Republicans. The gentlelady from Minnesota says they weren't on vacation. I want to remind her, you haven't voted for 8 weeks. And most people define vacation as you don't have to show up to work and you get paid. That's exactly what Republicans did. They didn't show up to work and they got paid. It was a paid vacation. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I rise today in strong opposition to this bill. I'm a hell no on any legislation that strips health care away from millions of Texans.
What the hell happened that everybody mad? What the hell is going on? I'm like, I stay away for a day or two, and these people losing their mind. What the hell is everybody mad for? All of them getting what they want. They getting all the money they want. They getting all the vacation they want. They getting everything they want. They don't give a damn what we get. They don't give a damn about us. Why y'all all mad? Everybody pretending to be outraged. Y'all notice that everybody's pretending to be mad, and they all doing the bullshit. They all in on it. All of them.
In my district, nearly 100,000 of my constituents rely on the Affordable Care Act's tax credits to pay for their coverage. Without these life-saving credits, many of them will go without health care at all. Every day during this shutdown, my office has heard from thousands of families across my district saying, for the love of God, save my health care. And tucked away in this bill is a brazen payoff. Millions of taxpayer dollars.
That's why I'm done with them all. They all are in on it. It's just a game for them, back and forth, for all of them to get paid and get kickbacks from the money we give them.
Dollars funneled to the benefit of a handful of senators, while families are struggling to afford groceries and health care. We are being asked to sign off on a deal that lines the pockets of the very people who wrote it. That is an insult to every hardworking taxpayer who expects honesty from their government. The contrast could not be clearer. Republicans are operating in the currency of cruelty and corruption, while Democrats are fighting with courage and compassion. The American people deserve better, and I will never stop fighting to protect the basic necessities every family needs to survive. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, the American farmer needs this bill to pass. The American soldier needs this bill to pass. Our air traffic controllers need this bill to pass. The men and women who protect us here in this Capitol and all federal law enforcement need this bill to pass. I'm one of those who represents a lot of federal employees, and they've been without a check for a long time, Mr. Speaker. This is very simple, very simple. It's way past time to open the government up. There are going to be a lot of excuses about coulda, shoulda, woulda, and you need to take this provision or that provision out, or they're going to vote to keep the government shut down. Well, let me tell you something. The vote today, it is straight up or straight down. You vote to open the government up today, or you vote to keep it closed. That's all there is to it. Now, as for the provision that's been mentioned a few times about the Senate language, I have introduced a piece of legislation already to repeal the Senate language, and I'm hopeful that we'll have a vote on that as soon.
Repeal the Senate language. Repeal the bill that the Senate brought over. The Senate kept whining about a clean CR. That's why we knew the Republicans were lying. They lied. They sent over a bill that has free money in it that all of them are going to get kickbacks from. That's how I knew the Republicans were lying to the American people. That's what this guy in the blue is a Republican. He says he's about to put a CR through. He's about to put an amendment through to get that damn money, that kickback money off of the bill. They just lying. They just getting all of our money. They've been lying. All of them been lying.
As soon as we get back, Mr. Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
Reserve.
Gentlelady from Minnesota continues to reserve her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I don't love these guys. I mean, they're all introducing legislation to repeal provisions in a bill that they're going to vote yes on. I mean, you figure that out. Mr. Speaker, the previous question is the House Democrats' last attempt to make a change to this rule before it gets voted on. And I want to use this opportunity to talk about a last-minute provision that was slipped into the CR in the Senate. It's an outrageous giveaway to pad the pockets of 8 Republican senators. And it's one of the most corrupt things I've seen in my...
None of them don't want, I bet if it don't go through, you got to start this shit all over again. They all know it's a lie. They all know it's a kickback. They all know they gonna get money from it. This is the whole thing. This is bullshit. This bill should not go through at all. This is a kickback for all of them. This is what John McCain couldn't stand. Pork being put into bills. Off the top, the Republicans lied.
My life. So if the House defeats the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to consider as adopted an amendment to the continuing resolution offered by Representative Subramanian which would strike the corrupt giveaway out of the text of this bill so it does not make it into law. Mr. Speaker, this is a massive payday for Republicans. It would allow 8 of their senators to shovel millions of dollars into their own wallets. I'm talking cash money, not for their states, not for their constituents. No, for their own personal bank accounts. Why should a United States senator or any party get a special right that nobody else has? No state legislator, no governor, no judge, no citizen in the entire country has this right. But we are creating it for a handful of Republican senators. It is immoral. It is, I'd say it's unconstitutional. It is wrong. And it's probably the most brazen.
Why are you standing there talking about the Democrats want your money, Sheila Zombie, when you just heard it's the Republicans that are getting the kickback? It's Republicans that are getting the kickback. Stop talking about Democrats. The Republicans are getting this kickback.
Theft and plunder of public resources ever proposed in the United States Congress. And it was tucked into this legislation. And I want to speak directly to Republicans who say they can't vote with us because it will delay the reopening of the government. First off, that's exactly what these corrupt senators were hoping you'd say. Second, we absolutely can send this back to the Senate. They can quickly strip it and send the bill to the president. They finished this package in less than 2 days. This is one small thing that needs to be deleted. It's easy and it can be done very fast. But, and please spare me the excuses that we'll get this done next week with a new bill. Once this is law, that's it. It is signed into law forever. It will never change. It is permanent, and you voted for it. And Republicans all know that. So don't say you're going to pass some new bill next week to address this. That's just an excuse to do nothing that will fix it. Republicans moved at the speed of light to give tax breaks to billionaires, and the least they can do is give the same urgency to stop this shamelessly corrupt fleecing of the American people. Now, I get it. Trump is suing the U.S. government for $230 million.
The whole point was the Republicans lied. The Republicans lied. Now we are past the Democrats slowing this down. We are past the Democrats shutting down the government. We passed that. Now, at the midnight hour, the Republicans shove into the bill millions of dollars that they gonna get because they can just get the money just like Trump is asking for 250. Stop it, this shit, Sheila. We're not fucking talking about Democrats now. We're talking about the corrupt fucking Republicans right now. The corrupt Republicans right now. They said they were gonna pass a clean CR. And then at the midnight hour, they put something in the bill that means all of them get kickbacks. You Republicans don't never want to hold your people accountable. Never want to hold your people accountable.
And I guess these senators want in on the action. They want their own payday. But I've never seen this.
What the fuck are you talking about, Sheila? We can hear them saying what the fuck is going on right now. What the hell are you talking about? Don't you believe your lying ears? Don't you believe what they saying? All of them are saying? Man, some of y'all just be goofy, be saying anything.
Level of grift, shameless corruption, and theft of public money in my entire life, ever. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question, and to discuss our proposal. I yield a minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian.
Without objection on the UC request, the chair will remind the gentleman from Massachusetts and others to please refrain.
I'm just trying to figure out, is Molly over here caping for rich people? I just want to know, are you over here caping for rich people? Poor people over here taking fucking caping for rich people. And the Republicans scramming money out of us regular, ordinary, individual people. Molly over here caping for fucking rich people. What fucking L? An L that you're taking too, dumbass? Are you taking the L too? They're taking your money too. That's the problem. Why are y'all always worried about what the fucking libs are doing? And look at this shit. I can't believe poor people be caping for rich people. They worried about me instead of worrying about what the fuck their money is doing. Just wow. Taking your money. You got scammed by a rich man who gave your money to other rich men. And these goofies over here talking about take the L. That's wild. That's wild.
From engaging in personality Senate. Gentleman is recognized.
That's wild.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I mean, you know what people hate more than seeing their costs go up? It's seeing their costs go up while corrupt politicians line their pockets with taxpayer money. That's what they really hate. But that's what this bill does. Republican senators slipped into this bill a legal pathway for them to personally receive millions of dollars in taxpayer money for being investigated after January 6th. And the other side talks about fiscal responsibility and says there's no money for health care, but somehow there's taxpayer money for Republican senators. This is an ethics violation. This is a breach of trust, and it calls into question the very legitimacy of this institution. So I put forward an amendment to reject this corruption, but committee Republicans voted it down last night, and they said they knew it was corrupt, but that there was nothing that could be done, and that the system didn't work. Well, you are the system. And House Republicans promised to vote on this next week as a standalone bill, but there's no guarantee that the Senate will act. In fact, they probably won't act, right? So you have the power to join us in righting this wrong today. So let's take it out this ridiculous kickback. Otherwise, a vote for this bill is a vote for corruption. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I never said, Mr. Speaker, that this bill was perfect. And not everyone agrees with the provision.
Yeah, please give me my snapback. Please give me my snapback, grown. Please give me my snapback while I sit in my 20 by 30 room bedroom. Please give me my snapback. Please do that. Please. I need my money.
And our colleague from Georgia had just mentioned and is already addressing it. But what we do agree on is that it is critically important to get the government open. And that's why we are here.
And they know, and the Republicans know that the House Republicans are different. The Senate Republicans are fucking corrupt. They're the ones who put this new provision, a small provision in the bill. They said they were going to pass a clean CR. They're trying to pass a CR with this kickback to all of the fucking senators in it. That's wild. That's wild. And they doing it right in front of the American people. And we got goofies in here talking about, why don't you give HQ her food stamps back? Just goofy.
Here today, getting our federal employees paid, getting our troops paid, getting SNAP back on track, getting our airports back to full capacity. Once this happens, we can tackle the issues and get back to really doing the things for the American people, not using their suffering as leverage, like the Democrat Whip Clark is willing to do.
The Americans get rolled. Americans get rolled by the Republicans. The Americans get rolled by the Republicans, the most corrupt political party on the planet. They get rolled, and the maggots love it. They love it.
Do. Democrats have spent weeks performing political theater by refusing to open.
We get rolled. We Americans get rolled by you motherfuckers and Democrats. We get rolled. Everybody got rolled. Every regular American got rolled today.
Government and continue to perform.
By the most corrupt party there is. The American people just got rolled by the Republican Senate. By the most corrupt body of government we have seen in years. The American public got rolled.
That political theater. But we need to prioritize the reopening of the government and stop the suffering that the Democrats want to use as leverage. And with that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this rule and ending this shutdown chaos. For more than 40 days, the American people have endured a painful and entirely avoidable government shutdown. Not because of policy differences, but because Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer chose politics over people. And while Washington stalled, hardworking Americans paid the price. Our air traffic controllers went without pay. A system stretched thinner by the day, putting new strain on that system that put millions of lives at risk. Americans depend on them.
We gonna scream this shit from now on till November. We gonna scream this shit from now on to November. The Republicans lied. The Republicans lied about the whole thing. It was just a scam to get the money. It was a scam to get the money jammed into the bill. We gonna say this shit until November. Say it to every freaking person that we can hear. We gonna say it. The Republicans lied to scam the American people out of money.
To keep our skies safe. In families who rely on SNAP and WIC, parents just trying to feed their kids were left
all on the freaking same team. So the Republicans just scammed Americans out of millions of dollars. Just scammed them out of millions of dollars.
Wondering how they'd make it through another week. And at the same time, our border agents and our Coast Guard members, they continued to serve this country as their own families went without pay. And through it all, while everyday Americans carried the weight of the shutdown, Senate Democrats had chance after chance to end it. But instead, they chose to prolong the pain. That is not leadership. That's hypocrisy. It was never about budgets or priorities. It was about power. It's not about turning government on. For them, it's about turning government into performance, where the people paying the highest price are the ones furthest from Washington. For more than 40 days, families were used as political pawns and props, while those responsible stood in front of cameras pretending to solve the crisis that they created. I actually saw a member from my home state stand at a food bank, decry the fact that nutritional assistance was in question, then swear up and down that they would vote against ending this shutdown. That is the epitome of hypocrisy.
And when the Democrats caved and said it's enough suffering for the American people, the Republicans kept screaming about, we want a clean CR. We want a clean CR. We're going to pass a clean CR. What did they do in the middle of the night? The Republicans put in a bill that says they're going to give millions of dollars to the Republicans in the Senate. Millions of dollars to the Republicans in the Senate. On top of the fact that all of the people's premiums, healthcare subsidies are going to skyrocket because they didn't want to give it to them. They wanted to give themselves the money. You think they just thought of giving the money to themselves? They just started this kickback yesterday? They've been trying to put the money in there. They were going to put it in there. They did it in the midnight hour. So would nobody be able to say or even think about it? Because most people would have been tired. They voted late. Nobody read the bill like they were supposed to, and they snuck it into the bill. Wow. Mm-mm. Wow, that's fucked up, y'all.
Hypocrisy.
We gonna scream it to the high heavens until next year.
And the American people deserve better than that. House Republicans did our job. We passed a clean continuing resolution weeks ago. The same kind of straightforward measure that should have been agreed to immediately to keep this government open. But Senate Democrats blocked that.
Yeah, and so they blocked it, and so they passed one last night, and they said it was going to be a clean one. But they didn't pass a clean one. They passed one with scamming money in it. So you should be mad at the House, the Republican Senate. Why you mad at the Democrats? It's over and done with. Your bosses, your Senate people are scamming the American people out of millions of dollars.
14 times, prolonging this shutdown just to score points to their woke, angry mob. This measure before us today is the same bipartisan framework they could have passed 40 days ago. The only thing that has changed is the political calendar. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the rule, stand with the American people, the families of veterans and public servants who have carried the burden of this shutdown, and let's reopen our government, and let's get this country moving again. And I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from ABC News entitled "Inflation Climbs to the Highest Level Since January, Beef Prices Soar."
You sound retarded, Rudy. And I'm just going to say it straight out. You sound like you're retarded. What HQ won't tell you is the Democratic Party want to replace you with illegals. You sound like a tard, and I'm not even going to address it anymore. Only tards would say some shit like that.
Objection.
I request unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the Washington Post entitled "From Groceries to Gas, Americans Say They're Spending More Under Trump."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New Republic entitled "No, You're Wrong. Trump Spirals When Pressed on Rising Food Prices."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New Republic entitled "Trump Admits He Doesn't Care About Affordability as Economy Plunges."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from MSNBC entitled "Not a Big Issue. Republicans Shrug as Consumers Confront Healthcare Sticker Shock."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an opinion article published in MSNBC entitled "Trump's Argentina Bailout Once Again Puts America Last."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from PURGE.
But the whole point here, Osmos God, the point is they lied to the American public. They lied to the American public. And what did they do? They lied for one. They said they were going to pass a clean CR, and they didn't. They said, we're going to pass a clean CR 13 times. They did it 14 times. And on the last time, they put kickbacks to specific Republicans. Don't you think that those Republicans who put it in the bill are going to get kickbacks from the money? They lied. They lied. They said it was, how am I lying? Pause. I agree with you to a point. They said they were going to pass a clean CR. There ain't nowhere that I'm lying. You can go back all these weeks and say, we're going to pass it. Hear them say, we're going to pass a clean CR. So why is it that in the midnight hour, they're going to put in millions of dollars in kickbacks to several senators for nothing? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Because they had it planned all along. They had it planned all along. Kickbacks, yes. Because they're saying it right now. They're saying it on the floor. The bill that the Senate sent over to the House, they passed the bill last night through the Senate. In the bill is in the bill, there's a provision, a pork spending saying, or a bill or something in there, something saying that these 8 senators can get $500,000 if they want to sue the government. Like you see how the president wants to get $230 million from the government. These 8 senators can get $500,000 minimum from the government if they want to sue the government. if the government does X, Y, and Z. This they can do because this bill will be law. So they can get the money. So it basically means they're going to get the money. $500,000 minimum, 8 senators. So they can sue for 3, 4, 5, 10 million, and they can get the money. That's the whole point. The point was the Republicans said that they were going to pass a clean CR. That's why the Democrats caved. So the Democrats caved, and then you stick this into the bill before when everybody's done, they're signing it. Yes, 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 we go for this bill. And then all of a sudden, this provision, this little caveat is in the bill, and the House Republicans find out that it's in the bill, and now the House Republicans are mad. All of them are mad, but they saying, damn, if we say no to this bill, then we got to start this clock all over again. So we ain't saying no to the bill. They know the Senate lied. They didn't get no money. The Republicans didn't, House of Republicans didn't get no money. Only the Senate Republicans got money. They all mad because these motherfuckers got them, they own selves a big payday on the backs of the American people. And
Yes, entitled.
we got people in this chat caping for these motherfuckers scamming us out of money. They scam the American public out of money. The fuck wrong with y'all?
Trump administration working on doubling Argentina financing to $40 billion.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Forbes entitled Presidency Boosts Trump's Net Worth by $3 billion in a Year.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from People.com entitled Donald Trump hosts Great Gatsby themed Halloween party as 42 million Americans brace for SNAP benefits to expire.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the New York Times entitled Trump.
The whole point was MAGA was saying we wanna upset the system. We want somebody not to be corrupt. We want somebody to come in and shake everything up. They ain't shaking nothing up. They're scamming us out of money. What do you mean? This is why I don't like y'all MAGAs, because y'all don't know why I push back on y'all party. This is something you should push back on. You should tell them to pass a clean CR instead of giving them Do you understand what I'm saying? The minimum these senators can get is $500,000. That means they can ask for whatever amount of money they want, and we gotta pay it as the taxpayer. We gotta pay it.
Trump's latest White House makeover to Lincoln bathroom in marble and gold.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Nation entitled The Bill to End the Shutdown is.
We ain't talking about Obama, Goofy, Peter. We talking about them scamming us out of money right now. Get into the fucking game.
Full of giveaways to Republicans.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield
Not right now, Goofy. Not right now.
myself 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for 15 seconds.
I'm sorry that the gentlelady thinks that trying to stop people's health care premiums from doubling and tripling and quadrupling is political theater, but we don't. And I don't have time to address all the.
I bet you we don't get that $2,000. I bet you we won't get that $2,000 they've been bitching about. You heard that in the news. We supposed to get $2,000. I bet you we won't get that $2,000. I bet you we won't. I bet you we won't. Because that money should go to us American people. I bet you we won't. They just scammed us out of millions of dollars right then.
BS coming from my colleagues across the chamber, but it's clear that this Republican leadership is not only failing to.
No, we not. Because I ain't blind to no Democrat if a Democrat gonna scam me out of my money. If they gonna scam me out of my money like this, I would have said that. But I ain't seen not one time that a Democrat said, oh, let's put billions of dollars in there so we can scam them out of the money. Be blatant with it.
Deliver on their promises. They're selling out at the expense of the basic needs of the American people. I reserve.
Time is reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
I know everybody heard that. I know everybody heard that they supposed to give us $2,000. That dude who's in charge of the Fed, that Fed dude said, we ain't getting no $2,000. He said we ain't getting no $2,000. Ain't no $2,000 to get, according to the dude, the Fed dude, and he the one in charge of the money. Get into the game.
Soto.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentleman from Arkansas. I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota. And here we are on September 19th. House Republicans passed legislation which would have funded government through November 20th. Here we are on November 12th, and
This man right here said, I know what the Senate Republicans did was wrong. I know them putting this money in the bill, this last minute money grab in the bill is wrong, but I got to vote for it. Otherwise, we got to start all over again. Let's see if he admitted to the American public right now.
we are basically where we would have been had we just passed the bill that we passed in September.
We ain't getting none of that. See, the thing is, y'all ain't listening. This is just like Republicans. Don't nobody give a fuck about what happened 7 weeks ago. We're talking about what happened last night. What happened last night was the Democrats caved with their weak motherfucking asses. They caved. That's it. That's all. They caved. And then the Republicans put a provision in the bill that says us Republicans can get minimum $500,000 from the government, just like goddamn Donald Trump is getting $230 million. They getting minimum $500,000 from the government. They put that provision in there last night. Get into the goddamn game. We passed them shutting the fucking government down. They're trying to scam us out of money. And you all talking about some damn government will shut down. They're scamming us out of the fucking money. Listen to the damn, what they saying.
And what did we get for all of that? What happened over all these days? Well, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were searching for a reason for voters to support them next November. They were searching for a cause. And we know this because there was intervening elections and a lot of rhetoric, but no.
Everything you're going to hear is about what the Democrats tried to do. No, we want to know about the money. We don't care about nothing else. Where's our goddamn money? Where's us Americans, our $2,000 or our $5,000, as a matter of fact? Where the fuck is our money? Everybody else getting money. Where's our money? That's what I want to know. That's why I'm listening to them right now. No, you mean to tell me that you've been in this game long enough and you don't understand that they're all lying? It ain't just Democrats. It's the Republicans, and the Republicans really lied last night.
No result. We're here right now with Democrats having joined senators to send a bill over here to fund government through the end of January with 3 appropriations bills, which we worked through regular order, that keep spending relatively flat.
No, yes. Trump said that he got donations to build that ballroom. He did get donations to build that ballroom, natural, but he also sued the DOJ for $230 million. And this is what that provision that they just put in the bill last night, the same thing. They just put in the bill that these senators can get $500,000 minimum from the government, because if they sue, minimum if they sue, but they don't want to give us $2,000 or $5,000 or anything else.
Flat advances the priorities the American people sent us here to advance, to back up the president who is securing the border, which he was sent to Washington to do, to restore our military to focusing on.
They donated that $300. They donated $300 million to help with that ballroom. But now they just snuck in money to get from our government, money that should be coming to us. Now, I want to see if we get our $2,000 or our $5,000. Let's see.
Defending this nation rather than advancing woke priorities, which the American people sent him here to do, for us to continue to work to grow and to build this economy after 4 years of being wrecked with reckless spending, but also abhorrent policies. The American people are now saying, what on earth were Democrats doing? And my Democrat colleagues' response is health care. because it's the only default position they have is the default to health care. And the fact is, it's because they broke the system so badly that they are now coming and asking us to have the Treasury print money to then give out in order to enrich insurance companies with massive subsidies. That's the actual fact. And the American people understand this. And they recognize that they don't want insurance companies to be enriched, but they want to be able to go get the doctor of their choice. The American people understand this, and so do we. And we're here to open the government, and we're here to stand up for doctors and patients instead of insurance companies and big regulators. I support this legislation. I know my Republican colleagues do. The question really is, will Democrats, or will they wish to perpetuate the shutting down of government to enrich insurance companies?
Do y'all know that they got 60 grand? Those 7 weeks they were out of work, they got 60 grand. They got a $30,000 check, and then they got another $30,000 check right before the House Democrats showed up. They've been getting money all this time. They've been getting money, and all our people have been going hungry, starving, no money, airport people quitting, them threatening airport people. No, they're scamming us out of money. They keep getting money after money after money from us. We need to stop these people.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Well, a couple of things, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we want to be lectured by somebody who, over the years, has been the king of government shutdowns.
That's what he's doing. He's talking about distracting insurance. We ain't talking about insurance. Yes, they got 60 grand since we've been shut down in the government. 60 grand, $30,000 each check. They're getting money. And we over here fighting Democrat, Republican. No, they're all scamming us out of money. Don't y'all think that Chuck Schumer knew who was going to vote yes to the bill? Chuck Schumer went to the Democrats and said, hey, which one of y'all are retiring? Which one of y'all are not going to be here next year? Which one of y'all just got elected? We need y'all to vote for the bill. And those 8 people voted for the bill. So that was a game that Chuck Schumer was playing. Now the Republicans are playing a damn game, getting money from us taxpayers. And they've been getting 30 grand every 3 weeks. 30 grand every 3 weeks.
For a United States senator that pushed for a government shutdown and to object to the Affordable Care Act. But by the way, I just want to make it clear to everybody, this is a Republican shutdown. They control the White House, they control the House, they control the Senate. You know, this government shut down because they don't want to negotiate. It's their way of the highway. This is a Republican shutdown. They own it. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. McGovern. This bill, which they now call imperfect, contains the single most corrupt provision for legislative self-dealing that anyone in this chamber today has ever voted on. It is such an egregiously corrupt act of legislator self-enrichment and plunder of the taxpayer that not only...
Listen to Jamie Raskin. He's explaining that they're scamming money. The Republican senators put this provision for this kickback money in the Senate bill in the dead of night so that they would have to pay for it. Now we all in this bill, we all got to pay for this freaking money, this kickback money to all of them. That $230 million that Trump want, plus the money that they finna scam off the top. This is wild.
Only did
Jamie is going to explain it right now. Yeah, he's averse to a fight. He's a weak-ass Democrat, and he need to go.
Every single House Democrat opposed it in the Rules Committee last night, but multiple Republicans were denouncing it. That is, before they were summoned into a side room and instructed to vote for it, which they all proceeded to do. Now they're telling us, vote for it today, and they'll repeal it, well, maybe next week, or maybe the week after that, or maybe before Christmas, they'll repeal it. I've got a solution for you. If you don't like this corrupt provision, don't vote for it today. That will work. This is a great bill. A great bill that is, if you think 8 Republican U.S. senators should have a right to collect at least $1 million in a jackpot bonanza payoff from the taxpayers simply because they were subject to the exact same rules all other Americans were subject to and are subject to now. And they don't propose to change those rules for anybody else, not for more than 300 million Americans, not for the members of the House of Representatives, not for governors and mayors, but for themselves. They want to deal themselves a special legal privilege. In this Republican class war, Great Gatsby economy where
who is that? Black Wolf, you ain't been listening. I hate when people got to be re-explained everything. Why do we have to explain to you that they just put a provision in the bill, the Senate bill last night, that gives all of the Republicans, or 8 Republicans, a kickback of $4 million minimum, $4 million minimum, to skyrocket to whatever they want to sue for. They can get whatever they want. Why the hell is it somebody got to tell you to get into the game? Why is it the first reflex is to call this man a liar? He's not lying. What the hell are you talking about? They admitted it. Some of y'all just be talking. Don't even be listening.
where President Trump has made more than $3 billion since he reoccupied the White House, the federal building which he has proceeded to demolish in large part, where millions of Americans face losing their health care and their SNAP benefits. This provision,
and I guarantee you they're gonna try to screw us out of our $2,000. They're gonna try to screw us out of that $2,000. I'm telling y'all better get to going there and hollering at y'all senator and y'all representatives. I want my $2,000. Y'all got y'all money. We want our $2,000. We want our $5,000. That's what we want. We want our $5,000. That's what we want. They're going to try to screw it up. They're going to try to screw us out of it. I know.
Vision is an affront to our taxpayers, to the rule of law, to everyone who believes. Could I ask for 15 seconds more? It is an affront to everyone who believes that we in public office must be the servants of the people, not the masters of the people who get special legal rights and privileges and multi-million-dollar payoffs. People who think that they have a right to better treatment than everybody else, like Ghislaine Maxwell in their prison camp where she gets room service, puppy time, and special gym privileges.
Gentlelady from Minnesota. She reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to this continuing resolution. I will not support a bill that will continue the Republicans' assault on Americans and their pocketbooks. At a time when Oregonians and Americans are already struggling with rising costs, this bill locks in devastating cuts to health care and drives up the cost, in many cases significantly. The assault on healthcare and the Republican shutdown more broadly, they're further proof that the first 10 months of this Trump administration have been chaotic, harmful, and completely out of touch with the needs of the American people. Donald Trump held an extravagant Great Gatsby party at Mar-a-Lago the night before SNAP benefits expired, while the administration and Republicans continue to ignore the needs of working families. That's not governing. They've abandoned their responsibility to bring down costs and grow the economy. And Mr. Speaker, this bill was already bad, but now they added this corrupt get-rich-quick scheme to give hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars to Trump-aligned senators. That is outrageous. Oregonians and Americans deserve better. My colleagues should listen to their constituents, vote.
Hey, what's his name? Grown, not shower. Why are we mad? Please explain why we're mad. Groaner, not shower. Nasty ass, in another word. Why are the Democrats so mad that we don't get our way? I would love to know what Americans are not going to get that they wanted to go their way. Because you seem to think this is a Democrat versus Republican instead of it being poor versus rich. because apparently you got your head in the sand. Why would us poor people be mad at these rich people who took our money? Please explain, because you're making no sense. You're over here caping for rich people. Shut your dumb ass up and get into the game.
No, and come back to the table and join us in the work to make healthcare affordable and accessible to all. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota, with 14.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
This ain't nothing. If you don't know nothing, this is a rich against a poor. Don't come over here talking about caping for no rich people. They just screwed us out of a whole bunch of money. Screwed us out of a whole bunch of money. And you over here talking about Democrats didn't get what they want. What the hell you mean Democrats didn't get what they want? We talking about poor people getting what they need. What the hell is wrong with you?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we are in the process of ending the longest government shutdown in our nation's history, and to affirm that this Congress will get back to leading America into her next golden age. Over 40 days, that is how long the government has been closed. For over 40 days, Democrats here in this body and in the Senate have chosen chaos over our country. They chose to shut the government down because politics demanded it, not policy. The elites who dominate their party's decision-making are the ones least impacted by its decisions. Were the far-left activists and Democrats here in this body the ones not getting paychecks? No, Mr. Speaker. That was the air traffic controllers, our troops, and our Capitol police officers. When these same people passed Obamacare, were they the ones impacted by the law, or was it the middle-class teacher in North Carolina who could no longer keep their doctor? We all know the answer to that, Mr. Speaker. And across the nation, federal workers are working 2 and 3 jobs just to stay afloat.
People are working 2 and 3. The people who are working 2 and 3 jobs are the ones who need that health care. They need that health care. It has nothing to do with what we Dems win or lose. It's the poor people that are losing. The poor people are losing. These people need to go. All of these people need to go because they're too corrupt. They're too entrenched in Washington, and they're taking our money.
Also, Democrats could champion illegal aliens who exploit our compassion as they poison our communities with deadly fentanyl. That is not governing. That was extortion of the American taxpayer. But that ends today. Today, we are in the process of finally reopening the government, returning to the business of the people, and further implementing the mandate our constituents sent us here to deliver on. Democrats chose to have a month of political theater, but political shows don't do one thing to help make the cost of everyday items more affordable. It is time to govern and to focus on making America more affordable for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this rule, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, we're getting lectured on governance by a guy who is just coming off an 8-week paid vacation. Give me a break. At this time, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the woman from New Jersey, the next governor of New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
The gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to a rule for a bill that does nothing to protect over 450,000 New Jerseyans who will see their health care premiums skyrocket. I took my first oath to the Constitution when I was 18 and went to the Naval Academy. It's an oath to serve, to run toward the fight. And so I ran for Congress after I saw Washington Republicans attacking the Affordable Care Act. I promised I would take on the status quo. I would fight the big fights because that's what people expect of their leaders. That's what people deserve from their leaders. And I'm proud of the wins that I've delivered as your representative for New Jersey's 11th district. capping the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for seniors, funding the Gateway Tunnel, the PACT Act for veterans, flood mitigation projects, delivering for Picatinny Arsenal. You have trusted me, New Jersey, and last week you placed your trust in me again, electing me your 57th governor. So I ran on a similar promise to take on anyone and stop at nothing to lower cost and build opportunity for everyone. This will be my last speech in this chamber. I intend to submit my resignation next week and turn to protecting all of New Jersey. So my parting message to Jersey is thank you. To my staff, thank you for your dedication to serving the 11th District of New Jersey. To my colleagues, do not let this body become a ceremonial red stamp from an administration that takes food away from children and rips away healthcare.
No, 30 seconds.
Gentlelady's given another 30 seconds.
That rips healthcare away from people and takes food away from children. To the country, stand strong. As we say in the Navy, don't give up the ship. Thank you, and I yield back.
Here's the thing. We know, everybody knows that ACA, Obamacare, needs work. Everybody knows that. Why is it that they don't want to fix it? That's what people need to be asking. Why is it that the Republicans don't want to fix it? Why? Because they don't want to give people health care. They don't want to pay for it. They don't want to help poor people pay for it. That's the bottom line. They want to keep all the money to themselves. You ain't seen no relief in your life since this president been president. You ain't seen no relief. No relief on gas, no relief on food, no relief on insurance, no relief on rent, no relief on nothing. I don't see why this person is allowed to continue to scam and get money from us. This whole body of people are allowed to get money from us like this. Okay? I don't know what you're talking about, Aaron. I don't even know what you're talking about. You sound goofy as hell.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are back from their 54-day taxpayer-funded vacation. But don't get me wrong, they do know how to work hard. When billionaires wanted tax breaks, they moved mountains to make it happen. When Argentina needed a $40 billion bailout to help Trump's buddy, they moved quickly to make it happen at the White House. But when
there's such things as averages, grown. There's such things as averages. Just goofy.
working people need help, when millions of Americans are...
Don't come over here talking about that trans and that gay and all that kind of weird shit. Don't come over here about that. We're not talking about that today. We're talking about getting money scammed off of us. We're talking about the poor people getting scammed by these people in this chamber. Shut your ass up, Jeb. If you can't come up here talking about why we getting scammed, don't talk about nothing. I don't want to hear nobody talk about no gay or no trans. That is the least of our fucking problems in this country.
Seeing their health insurance costs double and triple, and Americans all across this country are feeling...
Yeah, but Jeb, your Republicans just put a bill through instead of a clean CR, instead of it being clean, they jammed money in it that we the American taxpayer, have to pay $500,000 to 8 senators or less, or at the least scammed by our Republican Senate.
Like they're going to have to go without health insurance for the first time in their lives because they can't afford it anymore, and have to make that terrible decision about which of their family members they're going to cut off of their insurance. House Republicans are nowhere to be found. When Donald Trump's...
What the hell is that in that pink jacket back there? What the hell?
Stupid tariffs are raising the price of groceries. The cost of coffee is up 40% over the last year. House Republicans are silent. When working people need help, they are absent.
Hey, Tism, you're just a little bit better. You know, I still topsy-turvy here and there. And you see my voice is still deep.
Shameful. So they will work when billionaires need tax cuts, when Argentina needs a bailout, but when working people need relief, they go on a taxpayer-funded vacation. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. Vote no on this budget. Do not cut the health care of the American people, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York.
When I have a cold, my voice is always deep like this. It's like my body it's like a virus takes over. And then my voice is like really, really deeper. And I know when I'm better, when my voice gets normal. So it's sort of coming back to normal, but it's not there already. It's not there yet. I still lose breath.
From New York is recognized for 1 minute.
The reason we know this is a Democratic shutdown is because of how angry they are that we're about to reopen the government, period. That's all you need to know. In 2023, Jerry Nadler said shutdown is really an extremist policy designed to appeal to an extremist.
Yeah, but here's the thing. That new lady just got sworn in the office. Did any of those Republicans back down from signing that petition to get the Epstein files? Because the Epstein files should be released, because that lady came in to the house and she said she's signing them paperwork. So did anybody back down from signing the paperwork? That's the question.
Space and hold the whole country hostage. That is exactly what the Democrats have done over the last 43 days. They have held the American people hostage, trying to extract insane things like free health care for illegal immigrants. If they were serious about tackling the healthcare affordability crisis in this country, then they would address the fundamental problem with Obamacare. Since Obamacare took effect, healthcare premiums have risen by...
Y'all need to grow up. You really need to grow up. And better still, why don't you throw yourself down some stairs with your hands tied behind your back? Shut your ass up.
By 96%, and on the open market by 114%. When I asked Leader Jeffries to sign on to the 1-year extension of the premium tax credit, he refused. He stuttered, he stammered, he couldn't answer a single question, because this shutdown was never about health care. It was always about appeasing a far-left radical base. Chuck Schumer said, every day gets better for us. Catherine Clark said, of course people will suffer. We want to use this as leverage. It is an embarrassment to this country. You should all be ashamed of yourselves for inflicting this pain on the American people, taking away food stamps from 42 million Americans, defunding WIC, not paying our troops, our federal employees, our air traffic controllers. It's a disgrace, and you should all hang your heads in shame. Vote yes to pass the bill and reopen the government.
All right. Let me remind my colleagues.
Yeah.
I fully recognize that there's a lot of pent-up anxiety and emotions have been elevated somewhat, but please, in the interest of the decorum of this House, to direct your comments to the chair and do not engage in personalities toward the Senate, toward the President, and others. Gentleman from Massachusetts with 14 and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, Mr. Speaker, let me just say the gentleman from New York sounds as extreme as his voting record. And I'd like to say to the gentleman who just spoke, by supporting this bill, he's betraying 7,000 constituents in his district who rely on the ACA to afford their health care. Boy, I'm glad he's not my representative. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, as the representative of Western New York, where so many people in my community, like others across the country, are already struggling to afford health care, I urge my colleagues to reject this disgraceful bill. As an occupational therapist, I know exactly who these cuts will hurt. I've heard from so many who are desperate for a lifeline, like Iris, a mom in Buffalo.
Y'all don't understand. It's a lot of people on ACA. There's a lot of people on that health care. Right? And there's a lot of people who need that health care. That's wild. That's a lot of people on health care that need it. Those people between the salary of 15 and 30,000, like the Walmart people, IHOP people, gas station people, BP people, Quick Mart people, all those people, they need that, or they need that Obamacare. People keep whining and laughing about people losing their health care. Those people need that health care. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
Who's worried about how she'll keep her kids' health insurance. Or Andy, a nursing home resident in Tonawanda who relies on Medicaid to get the services he needs. Or the kids at Born Hava, a special needs school where I provided therapy, who depend on early intervention services. Donald Trump and congressional Republicans began their assault on the people of our country in the big ugly bill. This bill further devastates healthcare and leaves millions of Americans to pray they don't get sick. Shame on anyone who goes along with it. This country deserves better. I'll be voting no, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The whole point is, not everybody is on health care. Not everybody is on health care. You got young people that are not on health care. You got all types of people that are not on health care. It's not a majority rule world, Mike Bivens. That's not how the country rules. That's not how it's supposed to go. Some people need health care. Okay? The whole point is, vote yes. There's nothing to vote with afterwards. Okay? But you cannot just say, because I can afford health care, this person who works 3 jobs shouldn't get health care too. There should be, that's why we have a government. So a government will offer services for the poor who aren't able to do things for themselves. No, I'm not uninformed. I'm saying, you're saying the majority rule. The majority doesn't rule on everything. Mike Bivens, that's the point. The majority doesn't rule in everything. Oh, okay.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Come on up.
Mr. Speaker, some big news and breaking news in the last hour. I'm proud to say that our newest colleague, Representative Adelita Grijalva, just became the 218th signature on the Massey County.
The lady just signed the petition to release the Epstein files. Is it 218 people like we need? Let's see. He's going to say
Discharge petition to compel the release of the Epstein files. And to all my Republican colleagues who refuse to sign on, time is up. You need to figure out where you stand on this, because you're about to go on record. Is your loyalty to Trump more important than going after pedophiles? Because make no mistake, these files will come out. It is no longer a question of if, only when, and whether the White House chooses to stand with the survivors or throw them under the bus. And at this time.
Now, there you go. So now we're going to see, we're going to see who Bill Clinton, we're going to see your president, all of that. We good. We good. Your president is a pedophile. It just is what it is. It is what it is. And we're going to see, because 218 people need to be signed on. And that girl just got sworn in and she just signed it. That's what he's saying. Pedophiles, you want to stand with pedophiles, or you want to hear the truth? Here's the thing. The girl just signed. She just signed, so that we got 218 people. So you're going to be on record. All of those people going to be on record as saying that they wanted to stand with the pedophiles instead of standing with the victims. We're going to see.
Time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms.
We know it ain't nothing, my brother. We know it ain't nothing. Even if it ain't your president in there, we know it's people that's in there. I don't know where y'all getting that from. Some of y'all goofy.
Dexter.
Gentlelady from Oregon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr.
We know he in there. That's right. We know he in there. Now they finna release. They had signed a petition. Petition is going forward. He's cooked.
Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this rule and the underlying bill. As a physician who spent 20 years saving lives, I did not come to Congress to let healthcare be decimated by Congress. I came to fight for my constituents who deserve to be able to see a doctor they trust, afford their medication, and keep their families healthy. If House Republicans let the ACA tax credits expire, they are complicit in forcing Oregonians to make impossible choices
like whether to keep their insurance or put food on the table. As a physician, I know what comes next. People go without. They go uninsured, they delay care, and they skip refills. They get sicker, and sometimes they end up in medical debt that is devastating. The cost of living is already too damn high. Republicans are committed.
We didn't see. Here's the thing, Mr. Michael Bivens. Mike Bivens, hey, your president promised you all that he would expose the Epstein file. He didn't promise, our president didn't promise us that we would see the Epstein file. Your president did promise. So when your president promised, he was supposed to deliver. When he was supposed to deliver, he scammed you goofy people on his side because he got you goofy people out here defending him. Only the goofy people are out here defending the pedophile president because he knew he was in the files. Okay? That's wild. Y'all out here defending somebody who like girls. Y'all wild.
To cutting your care. They patently rejected amendments.
Yeah, you're a waste of time, Michael Bivens. You're the goofy person.
To protect Americans, ignoring millions of American families who are desperate for relief. I will be an absolute no on the rule and the underlying bill, and I refuse to give up on ensuring affordable health care for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Why is he fighting so hard for the files not to be released? Somebody's in there that we need to know about. Somebody's in there that we need to know about.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say just really quickly, the ranking member mentioned the discharge petition, and he's very proud that it has 218.
It's going to be your boy in the files, Anarchy. We're talking about your goofy boy in the files.
Signatures, but not that long ago, today, we had a UC that would have moved that along, would have moved that resolution along over to the Senate, and I believe the Democrats.
Luke Skywalker, I couldn't have said it better if I wanted to. I could not have said it better, my bro. I could not have said it better.
That's objected to it. So it seems more like a political stunt than it does that they actually wanted to have that resolution moved along, because if they had not objected, it would have gone on its way and they would have accomplished what they wanted to do. So I don't see their real desire to have the resolution passed. I see.
They already told us he was on the list, Cat Dot A, not A Tractor. They already told us that he was on the list already. We already knew he was on the list. Michael Bim, we already knew he was on the list. They said he was on the list. His Pam Bondi said he was on the list. Gregorio said he was on the list. Ash Patel said he was on the list. Yes, sir. You wanted to come. Yeah, can we hear you?
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
How y'all doing? I'm Tajay Murray. I'm
Hello,
a political activist and data center technician in Atlanta, Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, as y'all can see clearly, the jig is up. The jig is most definitely up.
Yes.
And I say that to say that the Republicans have been holding off on allowing this rightfully elected woman into her role just for the Epstein files. They've been holding this government hostage, and I'm gonna be honest with you, the Democrats capitulated because that's what they do.
Right.
Democrats have no backbone. That's why we lose. The people who vote Democrats have more backbone than the actual people in that office.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They do not. So
I'm right there with you. I right there with you. I am disgusted by the
shutting down the government was the only leverage the Democrats had to fight for everyone's health care. And what did the Republicans and Trump do? They started attacking federal workers. They started attacking SNAP benefits. And you know what these racist white people was thinking? Oh, black people get food stamps, we get SNAP.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Black people get Obamacare, we get ACA. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the game. So these rural Americans, that continuously vote against their own interests.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now they're sitting here rooting, not rooting, but like Mike in the chat saying, there's nothing to see here. That's just what Trump said.
Yeah.
Trump ready for y'all to move on from this.
Right. So what do you think about? The fact that the Republicans just stuck that $500,000 bill or provision into the bill in the dead of night, so that the senators voted for it, that says that eight Republican senators can get at least $500,000 from the American public if they sue the DOJ or they sue the United States government. They gonna get that money. That's the
And they
minimum.
called that repercussions from quote unquote Biden weaponizing the Justice Department, and that's not what happened. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. Do I feel like Merrick Garland was how can I put it? He went overboard, and I'm gonna be honest with you. No, Merrick Garland himself, the Attorney General under Joe Biden, did not go far enough. These
Mhm.
folks quite literally tried, and y'all, it is crazy to me how we all sat here on January 6th and watched what happened, and then they turn around and tell us that's not what happened.
No gaslighting. Try to
And
gaslight the whole country.
the whole entire country, like we just did not just watch this on. I was watching Trump's speech.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason I was watching it is because he drew so much attention to it. He
Mm-hmm.
drew so much attention to that date because it was a specific date for him. Like it's crazy. But yes, like you were saying, I don't think Merrick Garland went far enough in the Justice Department.
No,
But
he didn't go. He didn't go. He didn't do it quick enough. He could have. He could have prosecuted Trump, but he didn't do
Mhm.
it quick enough. He didn't do it right after Trump got out of office. He did it years later, and then it took too long because Trump kept doing continuances, so we couldn't get him into court quick enough. That's
and
why.
that's exactly just for the attempt of trying to prosecute President Trump.
Right.
Now he's doing his retribution tour, and that's what those bills were. And not only, I'm glad you brought up the bill that was just passed because everybody hoop and holler about we always pass clean CRs, we always pass
Did
clean.
they not? Did they
It's
not
not
say that
clean.
every day?
This
Did they?
continual resolution is not clean. I do
Right.
not want nobody to think that it is. Mind you,
Mhm.
Democrats did not get nothing,
Nothing.
nothing promised to them for this bill. There's nothing in that continual resolution that the senators just passed that
Right.
is for the people. Nothing. It's just a
Nothing.
continuation of the big beautiful bill.
That's
Not
it.
not even that. Here's
Right.
something else to harm 23 states that have built industries off of the hemp market. It is
Mm-hmm.
a provision in that new
See
continuing resolution that was just passed
Mm-hmm.
that is to ban the sale of hemp products
Right.
because the alcohol and tobacco industry just lobbied y'all congressional representatives while they was on their 8-week break
Mm-hmm.
just so they could ban weed and
They.
sell more liquor and cancer sticks to y'all.
You see how they screw. You see how they screw people, and then we got people over here caping for these rich folks who just screwed a whole bunch of people in more ways than one. Just
It
screw.
don't make sense to me. It really, really don't.
Mm-mm. I don't understand. But see, what I really think happened was the senators in the senators, Democratic senator. I believe they didn't read the fucking bill. I believe
No,
that.
they didn't. Them 8 Democratic senators are
Mm-hmm.
plants. Them what you know what the Republicans call them rhinos.
Yeah,
Republicans in name only. Them are dinos.
yeah,
They
Dino.
are Democrats in name
Right,
only.
right, right.
Just like when we had I forgot his name, the older guy, the one
Uh,
that's against the filibuster and stuff
Lou
like that
Bernie?
from Virginia, from West Virginia.
Oh, West Virginia. Oh, man, Mancuso. Marcuso. It's something.
Senator Manchin,
Senator Mansion. Yeah, that's him.
Senator Joe Manchin
Yeah.
was a false Democrat. I don't want to hear it. And
Mhm.
yes, I understand the difference because somebody they's talking about it in the comments. Now I understand that the parties have switched and this and that and the third. Do
Right.
not get me wrong. But we still in the Democrat Party because we want to keep this tent so huge. Still got them old blue dog Democrats
Right.
that ain't nothing but Republicans today.
Yeah, but you know what? The Democrats stand for the things that I want to push this country forward. I damn sure don't want what Trump is doing. So ain't no way I would vote Republican in this
Oh,
atmosphere.
you couldn't pay me to vote Republican.
No.
You couldn't pay me.
Not after they pulled this stunt right here. Not after they pulled this stunt right. They
It's
kept
too much
screaming
of
about
them.
clean CR. They lied because wait a minute, here's my thing. Why would they put that in the bill after hollering about clean CR, clean CR,
Yep.
clean CR?
Why we can't pass a clean CR?
Yeah, because they never planned.
That was never the plan, y'all. None of
They
that
was
was.
waiting for them.
Then watch this, guys. We finna have this same issue in January.
At the end of January.
So this is my I want to point this out to Mike Bevins specifically. If Republicans can govern, why not just pass a bill, a budget? Why give us continuing resolutions over and over and over again? Because y'all can't negotiate. Y'all don't know how to govern.
Right.
It's that simple. Anytime Republicans are in power, they don't do nothing. Donald Trump passed 3 bills when he was in office. That's it. 3. He only was able to get 3 bills passed into law, and only one of them was bipartisan.
And here's one of the last things right here. If they cared about you,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just saw this comment.
If they cared about them, cared about the American people, why would y'all cut people off of Medicaid and Medicare and ACA? Why would
I'm glad you brought that up, because everybody in this last new argument, they saying for example, Aaron here says, who set the expirations on the ACA subsidies? Guys, it is called negotiating. Who didn't want the ACA subsidies? Republicans. Democrats wanted them. So to negotiate and get the bill passed, they put a term on it for Republicans to vote for it. Republicans never wanted the subsidy. We're not finna act like this is like, come on, y'all. Let's be for real. Let's use our critical thinking skills. Let's act like we had some type of literature course in high school.
Right.
If them people, you have to negotiate. And if I'm saying, okay, we need to do ACA subsidies. Well, I don't want ACA subsidies to stay forever. Okay, well, let's give the people a little relief, see what it does, and later on we could extend it if need be. Okay, I could do that. Later on comes, they don't want to extend it. They don't want to do nothing with it. They don't even want to give y'all a whole nother healthcare bill.
They ain't came up with no bill.
Nothing.
10
Nothing.
years. 10
Do
years.
I want to continue to subsidize insurance companies? Hell no. But do we have a better system? Do I want to see our ER rooms filled up with people who just got little boo-boos and bandages? No.
Every day. If that happens, every day.
That is exactly what you said. That is every day. That is going to be every day, because nobody is going to be able to afford health insurance.
Right. And then our stuff is going to start going up.
Here's the things that I don't understand about conservatives. Instead of you allowing the government, you know what I'm saying? I get it. It sounds so bad. But instead of you allowing the government to take 1%, or not even 1%, because the last estimates was 0.01% raised on all taxes from your paycheck, that could cover a universal health coverage system.
Right.
Instead of y'all doing that, y'all rather have $200-300 took out of y'all checks to go to health insurance companies. It's ridiculous.
Right. It would be cheaper for us to get a universal health care or a single payer health care. It would be one or the other. But nobody wants to do that because I don't want to pay for nobody else's insurance.
Blue cities are not getting subsidies, guys. We are subsidizing the country.
That's wild.
Like, it's crazy that you guys can't see that. We don't eat. Even these farmers, we're subsidizing farmers that don't feed us.
Every time they get in trouble.
Like, let's be for real. Let's really talk about it. We didn't capitalize our system so much that you can't recognize it from just a normal corporation to an actual country with real culture and value.
Right.
This doesn't make sense, guys, and y'all are used to it. And then instead of, because Democrats are not saying, I want to take your right, I want to take your rights. They're saying, I want to give you what you deserve. And instead of us banding together against these large corporations and billionaires who outweigh us for money 10,000 to 1, instead of us banding together, we're turned against each other for what? For what? You sitting here arguing with me to allow health insurance companies to continue to rob you blind and then turn around and get money from the government to keep doing it too. It's ridiculous.
Right. It is what it is, and they don't seem to understand that. But thank you, sir. Thank you. We want to continue with the program, but I appreciate it. I appreciate you liking it. Y'all like the stream, please.
Make sure y'all like the stream, like the live, like what she got going on. I appreciate you having me on and everything.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll be back to our regular scheduled programming. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all. Let's see what she got to say.
It more of, like I said, a political stunt. And it certainly is actually a moot point, given that oversight is already releasing many of those files. As a matter of fact, I believe they've done tens of thousands of them, but I believe this morning they did another 20,000 files. So they are being released, and this all seems for naught. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Jimmy Fallon offered Democrats this pro tip. If you're going to call it the Republican shutdown, you're not supposed to get mad that it's ending. Anyone who remembers their schoolhouse rock knows that once the House originates an appropriation, the Senate must either amend it or pass it. Now, the House did its job on September the 19th with a simple appropriation that made no policy changes. It merely kept the government operating at current levels while we finished debating priorities. Democrats deliberately blocked the Senate from acting, demanding $1.5 trillion of new spending as a ransom. Finally, thank God, 8 of them put country ahead of party and voted to end this madness. Now, hearing the bitter recriminations from our leftist colleagues, it seems unlikely we'll see much bipartisanship today. But with or without them, we will reopen the government tonight and get back to addressing the challenges that confront our country. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts with 11 minutes remaining on his side, 9 minutes on the majority side.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the gentlelady brought up the UC request, but I'm glad she did, because I want the record to be clear. I didn't hear any objection on the floor. The Republican chair basically ruled it as an improper UC request, and so that is why it didn't move forward. And but I do know this, because I'm on the Rules Committee, and I do know the gentlelady time and time again voted against releasing the Epstein files. And I know my Republican friends are hoping that they don't have to go on record because they don't want to get Trump upset at them. But the bottom line is every single Republican will go on record, and you will have to make clear whether you're on the side of a pedophile or whether you're on the side of the victims.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is reminded to direct his comments to the chair, please.
Oh, sorry, y'all. Sorry.
You now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose this bill that allows health insurance premiums for 22 million American families to skyrocket and raises healthcare costs for everyone. Trump and his Republican cult of followers in Congress have unleashed shameful crisis of cruelty and corruption on the American people. First, they slashed Medicaid by $1 trillion, kicked 15 million Americans off of health care, set up the playboard for rural hospitals to shutter, all so that you could give $7 trillion in permanent tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. Then they refused to negotiate with Democrats to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that 22 million Americans wouldn't have to choose between health care and rent. And when we refused to go along with that, They caused this 45-day Republican shutdown, illegally refused to pay SNAP benefits for the hungry, and illegally canceled flights, throwing the country into chaos. Trump and Republicans want to make you poorer and sicker. While Trump builds his gilded ballrooms, protects pedophiles, pardons those who buy his meme coins, and lets Americans starve. Shame on you. I'm a hell no on this bill.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose the Senate's provision that allows senators to make financial gain off illegal government surveillance. 3 things can be true at once.
Listen to what he's saying. This is what they have in this bill. It's not a clean CR. This is what they got in the bill, what the Republicans put in the bill.
Once, Mr. Speaker. The first truth is this: the shutdown has to end. The American people and countless Tennesseans I represent are suffering and experiencing real pain. This record-breaking Schumer Democratic shutdown was completely avoidable, and it was completely carried out for political purposes. The second truth is that the last administration, led by Joe Biden and his auto pen, unfairly surveilled conservatives and conservative members of Congress. That included sitting United States senators. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the third thing I would note is that the American taxpayer has suffered enough because of the last administration. No one in this body should support allowing senators to sue and collect from taxpayers because the FBI went rogue under President Biden. But don't get me wrong, the overreach is more than troubling. It's unfathomable that the Department of Justice was weaponized in this way. I fully support holding those radical agents accountable and the ongoing investigations into their misdeeds. Yet no elected official should profit from the political calculation of left-wing bureaucrats and judges. Mr. Speaker, the folks I represent are still reeling from historic Bidenflation, the effects of the border crisis, and the regulatory agenda of the last administration. It is shameful to ask them to shoulder the burden of paying U.S. senators $500,000 or more for those misdeeds. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. I rise to call to my colleagues' attention that they are no longer claiming that this is a clean CR. The truth is that it is a dirty, filthy, stealthy CR that has been contaminated with millions of dollars for people who have not earned it, but rather who want to take it from the taxpayers of this country because they have concluded somehow that they have been harmed when no harm has been proven or brought to our attention.
That's what he said. He's not saying, he's saying they say no clean CR. This is what I've been saying. It's not a clean CR. They lied. The Republicans lied.
I believe that health care for all is important because we in the Congress have the best health care in the world. Yet people with the best health care in the world do not see fit for persons who need it, who are among the least, the last, and the lost, to acquire health care, something that they have. Health care is becoming wealth care for too many people in this country. We need to extend the subsidies. We need to make sure that everybody who can get to a doctor gets care.
Jim, Michael Bivens, I think you're a tard. I just think you're a tard. You act like you don't understand what the Republican said, the last Republican. You act like you're a tard. I think you are a tard. I think you're special on the spectrum, on the low end of the spectrum where people throw rocks and where you eat grass. Just stupid for no reason.
This is not a poor country. I refuse to take a poison pill and have you tell me that I'll regurgitate it next week. The poison pill.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I inquire how many more speakers the gentlelady has, because she doesn't seem to have very many.
I believe we have one more, Mr. Speaker.
All right, we have several. Mr.
That's
Speaker,
great.
I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Young lady from New York.
Instead of the MAGAs who come over here and say something about Democrats or Republicans, instead of coming over here and saying, okay, that's kind of fucked up what the Republicans did, but you guys lost. That's kind of fucked up what the Republicans did, and they should have passed a clean CR. Instead of the Republicans or MAGAs or whoever coming over here and saying that, they come over here caping for the rich people. And these motherfuckers ain't even rich. You can't tell me the motherfuckers in this chat are rich and they over here caping for the rich people. On their knees for the rich people instead of being for the poor people that just got screwed out of healthcare, or the poor people that just got screwed out of millions of dollars by this bill that just passed because they threw in a contingency. They threw in a little caveat saying Republicans can get millions of dollars if they sue the American government. Just so they could. Just so they could. And they over here caping for the rich people. Just over here caping for no reason. And then you got tards like Michael Bivens, who act like he done closed his ears, act like he got shit in his ears. Aaron, we're not talking about the insurance company. Honey, don't make me call you a tard too. Who lost their health care? Lord have mercy.
Mark is recognized for 1 minute.
It is great. It is great that Democrats have a line of people who are willing to fight for working class Americans from coast to coast in this country, because God forbid that we have a member of the Republican caucus who stands up and actually wants to extend the Affordable Care Act so that.
Hold on.
Conservative.
Hold on.
Lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included.
Wait a minute. Let's play it again for the tards in the back. Michael Bivens.
Lose the midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included. They're not going to stop.
Of course they ain't gonna stop. You know I gotta keep that.
People with cancer, insulin, and issues across all sorts of healthcare issues across this country have their health insurance protected and extended throughout 2026. It is unconscionable that what we are debating right now is legislation that will give 8 members of the United States Senate over $1 million apiece. And we are robbing people of their food assistance and of their health care to pay for it.
To pay for it. Yes. You said, what did he say? Did he say low IQ? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. You're a zombie.
How is this even on the floor? How can we, as members of Congress, Republican or Democrat, vote to enrich ourselves by stealing from the American people? That is what this legislation does. In fact, Senator Graham just went before the press earlier today saying he was going to seek well over $1 million from the American people from this. We cannot support it and we cannot stand for it. Thank you.
One of the people that are in the bill, that is in the bill that they just passed, he is one of the 8 senators that can sue the American government. He just went on record in the halls of Congress saying he's going to sue for a couple $1 million. He's already about to weaponize the government and get our money. I don't understand what's going on. I'm trying to get you maggots to stand up and hold your people accountable. I'm trying to get you maggots to stand up and hold your Republicans accountable. What the hell? Yeah, you're a zombie. Don't be mad. If your feelings hurt, I don't care.
His time expired. Young lady from Minnesota.
Your feelings should be hurt. You should have hurt feelings all around. Seeing as how you got scammed, a scammer took your money by the name of Trump. A scammer took your money and then gave your money to other scammers, other rich people. A rich scammer gave your money, you poor dumb toaster. A rich scammer took your money and gave it to other rich people. You should have hard feelings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to point out to some of my colleagues that, you know, the Democrat government shutdown stopped the SNAP benefit. So if they were very concerned about those, about making sure that people had their nutritional assistance, they wouldn't have shut down the government, because that is what caused it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
I don't know. He looked wild as hell to me, Peter. Every time I look at him, he looked wild as hell.
1 minute to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to hear from the new leader of the Democrat Party, Mrs. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Unfortunately, we didn't also get to hear from their other leader, Mr. Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be proud this evening to vote to reopen the federal government.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, for 40 days, the Democrats shut our government down to pursue unrealistic policy proposals that they know the American people do not want. Mr. Speaker, the American people do not want health care for illegal aliens. They do not want our tax dollars funding left-wing media outlets, and they do not want to drive up our debt $1.5 trillion as part of a short-term continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker,
I don't understand it, Luke Skywalker. I don't understand it. The Republicans have no pushback. That's why they cannot govern us. They cannot govern a country as complex, as rich, and as enlightened as this country. They cannot govern people, a people as such as we are. We are a complex ecosystem of ages, races, genders. We are a complex thing. And the Republicans don't seem to understand that. And they only care about one thing, the rich white man at the top. They never concern themselves about the rest of the body that makes and encompasses this beautiful country. That's the problem. That is the problem right there.
40 days have been nothing but pure political nihilism, and I'm glad that this nightmare is over so that we can get back to work on behalf of the American people.
I keep saying it, but please, you all hit the like button, the subscribe button, the share button. You know, we trying to do some things over here. We love to have this kind of content. So wrong. Michael Bivens, I'm done talking to you because you don't seem to understand regular grammar or English or anything to do with the law or Congress. So you need to be quiet. Sit back in the back seat and just do what you do when you did in high school. It's copy somebody else's notes. Shut your ass up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Reserve.
Reserves. Who seeks time?
Mr. Speaker, let me first of all just say to the gentlelady, this is Republican shutdown. It didn't need to happen. All you need to do is extend the ACA tax credit so that people wouldn't get screwed on their health insurance bills. But I also point out to her that the President of the United States illegally withheld SNAP benefits. And two federal judges, basically two court orders, backed us up on that. And he's the first president ever in history to actually shut off food benefits to people during a shutdown. Shame on him. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is at a moral crossroads. Just today,
we've been at a moral crossroad ever since we elected this person who does not know how to govern, and a body of people who have no care or regard for this complex system we call the United States of America. This is the problem. We have been in topsy-turvy since this man got elected. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me that every day we have awakened to something weird, new, sexist, racist, crazy, misogynistic, illegal, every day since this president has become president. Nobody should be dealing like that. We should have a calm, cool road. We are the most dynamic country on this planet. We are the richest country on this planet. And every time we turn around, we can't afford this. We can't afford that. We always running into trouble. We always talking about the president. The president is always in the news. I'd be glad when we don't have to look at no president. Ever, every day. I'd be glad when we ain't got to look at a president every day.
$1 trillion, more than 50% of Americans combined. And what does the president do? He decides he doesn't have the money for the American people. He's going to starve the American people to give $40 billion to the corrupt libertarian leader in Argentina. $9 billion would have fed the American people. How is that America first? And then he says, I don't care about the cab driver who's paying $2,600 now per month in health insurance, as opposed to $44, because I don't want to save the 20 million Americans who are going to face high premium increases. How is that America first? We need national health insurance in this country. We need to tax billionaires in this country. We need to fund SNAP in this country, and we need to stop funding Argentina and corrupt foreign leaders.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to address for just a second the healthcare issue that the Democrats continue to bring up and act like this had anything to do with everyone in the country's premiums, because we are talking about the COVID era Affordable Care Act's COVID era subsidies. So this is not what is affecting other people's premiums, other than those folks that qualify for those COVID era premium subsidies. That's it. They continue to make it sound like this is responsible for every kind of increase that people are seeing. And so the Affordable Care Act's original subsidies will remain in place. So that's the original subsidies, ensuring that millions still qualify for the income-based tax credits and capping out-of-pocket costs relative to income. It's the COVID era. I can't say that enough. It is the COVID era subsidies that are in question here. Premium increases are actually driven by multiple factors, including medical inflation, provider consolidation, and rising drug costs.
And don't forget that the Republicans repealed the individual mandate, and the individual mandate is what was the driving factor in order for the ACA to get high like it did, because we didn't have healthy people in the exchanges. And when you didn't have healthy people in the exchanges, that meant all the high-risk people were in the exchanges, which meant they were going to raise the prices. That's what happened. Republicans, y'all do know the Republicans fought to get your medical debt back on your credit report, right? So it will go back on your credit report. You do know that, right? Because of the Republicans.
But to actually reduce premiums, that's what we must address. And we must have comprehensive discussions about that, not just political theater and sound bites. We have to actually sit down and have those discussions, and that's what getting the government back open will do. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the ACA polls at 65%. Donald Trump is at 37%. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Gentlelady from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of every elder.
Thank you all. Please hit the like, subscribe, and share button. We appreciate it. We have this content over here every day, except when HQ is sick. But we normally have this content over here every day. We have the fun, the laughter. We talk about daily events, things that are happening, all of these good things. So please hit the like and the subscribe and the share. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of y'all, even you MAGAs,
who can't afford their prescription, every parent who went to work hungry so their child could eat. In the United States of America, there is no lack of resource, only a deficit of empathy, political will, and courage. At its best, government is a backstop, a compassionate steward of the public good. At its best, Government catches people when they stumble in a moment of hardship. At its best, government does right by the people, all the people. Struggle does not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. Hardship is not a character flaw. It has zero to do with work ethic. Every single person is one diagnosis, one layoff away from hardship. Life can change at an instant. What we are bearing witness to is not only a lack of political courage, but it is a fundamental betrayal of the people. Incompetence and indifference to the suffering of our constituents and our neighbors. The shame and the sham of it all. Any member of Congress who would vote to deny a child a meal or medication, it is child abuse and neglect. I ought to file a 51A on you for that. Every person in this chamber, every person in our country has lost a loved one to cancer, and yet you would vote to deny people life-saving cancer treatment and research. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, and with the majority, you have chosen to enact harm to make people hungrier, poorer, sicker, and less safe. The shame and the shame of it all. You, the people, deserve better. We, the people, deserve better, and I won't stop fighting until you get it.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Prepared to close.
Gentlelady's prepared to close. She has 4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I'm not. So I'd like to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, the federal government will officially reopen with the House vote today, but here's what won't happen. We won't protect the 22 million people paying more for the Affordable Care Act, or the 15 million people losing their health care outright due to Republican actions in the big ugly law, nor will we stop the health care rate increases for everyone in this country. And we won't be restoring food assistance today for millions of Americans who benefit from SNAP because House Republicans voted to cut the #1 program that keeps kids and seniors out of poverty by over $180 billion. Nor will we be able to roll back the tax cuts for billionaires and your GOP donors that you funded by gutting those healthcare and food programs. But I sure hope you're tanned and rested after your 8-week paid vacation, because you're going to need it. Democrats are going to continue fighting every single day for people's healthcare and food benefits, and we're going to be on you day after day until we get it done. Vote no. I yield back.
They scamming us out of money. You all know, we can admit this, that the Democrats started this shutdown. The Democrats started this. They started it because they wanted those healthcare subsidies to continue. They wanted Medicare and Medicaid to continue. So they stopped the government. Then Donald Trump went to court 2 times, not once, 2 times, to stop from paying people food stamps. At that particular point, it became the Republicans. At that particular point, it became the Republicans shutdown. Donald Trump went to court 2 times to stop paying out food stamps. And then after 40 days and 40 nights, the Democrats cave. After 40 days and 40 nights, the Republicans kept saying, this is a clean CR. We had a clean CR. And the Democrats keep voting against the clean CR. 14 times they voted for a clean CR. On the 15th time, the Democrats caved. Weak, spineless motherfuckers. The Democrats caved. And when they did cave for this bill, the Republicans snuck in a provision that pays 8 senators millions of taxpayer dollars. Millions of taxpayer dollars. At this point, it's the Republicans shut down because they had this planned all along. They had this plan sticking this money into the bill all along. In the middle of the night. They know people don't read the bill. It's the Democrats' fucking fault for not reading the bill. But they snuck it in the middle of the night after telling the American people that they would be passing a clean CR. Now we're having a vote right here, right now, with the Republicans and the Democrats. The Republicans in the House said, this is a shitty bill and we don't want to vote for it, but we're going to have to. We don't want to, but we're going to have to. In closed session, Democrats are fighting against this bill because it has the 8 senators who are going to get millions of dollars from the U.S. government. Just like Trump demanded that the U.S. government pay him $230, these 8 senators are demanding that the government pay them millions. They are scamming us for money. Specifically, the Republicans right now are scamming us for money. This is why everybody is up in arms about this freaking bill. That's where we're at right now.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota with 4 minutes.
Served our country in uniform.
What
This
the
bill
hell?
does not live up to that promise. You know, Republicans need to stop taking photographs with veterans and then vote against their health.
He's talking about white immigrants, Peter. White immigrants.
Care. Those who lead in the appropriations process here believe in the constitutional power of the purse. And over the past month, President Trump has been firing federal workers en masse. And when his administration has failed there, they have made life so miserable for federal workers that they had no choice but to leave. Federal workers should be, and I quote, traumatically affected. Those are the words.
I don't even know. I see a damn representative with purple hair. Is it the Crypt Keeper? What's going on? What? Purple? What? Wait a minute, hold up. Why can't I be a representative? I will come in there with a little bit of decorum. I don't know who that is. She got purple hair. What the hell is going on? Wow.
Words of the Office of Management
and those big ass goofy glasses.
and Budget Director Russ Vought, an unelected bureaucrat.
What the hell is
the
going
federal workforce has dwindled by 200,000 since January, jeopardizing the public services that so many people rely on. Spare us your false concern. And since January, this administration has been stealing from our community.
I'm not judging. I just turned it back on here and a lady with purple hair was on the screen. How she got purple hair in the freaking in the chamber, in the House of Representatives? Well, I didn't know they could do that. I didn't know they could do that. Well, okay.
Communities withholding as much as $410 billion in funding.
I mean, it's kind of it's kind of weird. I mean, sort of cute, sort of.
Approved by Democrats and Republicans, House, Senate, signed into law, and they are illegally blocking authorized funds from being distributed. Even now, as we debate this bill, the Trump administration is arguing to the Supreme Court that they should be allowed to withhold food stamp funding.
Whoa. I thought that the food stamps got released. So the food stamps didn't get released? The bulk of the food stamps getting released? They back in court saying they don't want to pay food stamps? Wow.
That Congress lawfully approved. They were ordered by 3 separate courts to distribute food assistance and are still fighting to withhold it. It is not connected to opening this government. They have the money. They have it now for food stamps. They just refuse to use it. Imagine using food as a political weapon, unspeakable and immoral. It seems like their only plan is to strip children of food assistance while kicking their parents off their health insurance. They have demonstrated that that is who they are. These are their true colors. You cannot expect Democrats to go along with any bipartisan funding deal if that agreement can be undone.
Then why did the goddamn Democrats cave in the Senate? You know what they are. You know the Republicans cannot govern. They don't care about the people. They care about rich donors. They don't care about the people. Why would you give in to them then?
With a party line vote. Congress Congress must assert its authority over.
No, me being under the weather ain't causing me to insult nobody. Just because you man, no. Don't start that. I'm just halfway where I need to be. Wait till I'm where I need to be. You will get insulted more if you come over here and start caping for rich people. Stop caping for rich people.
Over the power of the purse. I encourage my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to our distinguished majority leader, the gentleman from...
You right, Jeb. 2 million people, registered Democrats, sat at home. I bet you they ass won't sit at home no more. I bet you they won't sit at home no more, because this is the worst corrupt, the worst manipulative, the worst run administration that we have ever seen. We did not realize that we were going to have what we got. We did not realize that we were going to have what we got. I like people who like to insult. You know what? You keep playing with me, Peter, and I'm going to clear my desk. And I'm going to focus on you. And when I focus on you, I'm going to hurt your feelings.
Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my friend, the Chairman of the Appropriations, Mr. Cole from Oklahoma, for not only yielding, but for bringing this important bill to the floor. Our appropriators worked tirelessly to negotiate a multi-bill package that is part of this bill to reopen the government. And we never should have been here, Mr. Speaker. We tried as Republicans over a...
You don't, I'm not hurting your feelings. You MAGAs have alligator skin. All you care about is hate, hate, hate. You hate the gays, you hate the trans, you hate the Dems, you hate the libs, you hate the brown, you hate the black, you hate the immigrants, you hate immigration. You hate, 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 hate. That's all y'all do is hate. We can't hurt your feelings. That's all you do is hate. That's why you can't govern effectively. That's why Republicans cannot govern effectively, because you only deal in the negative. You never deal in the positive. That's what was rejected on Tuesday. You never deal in the positive. It's always negative. It's always what Biden did it, or instead of focusing on what happened today. Your representatives stole money from the American people, and I ain't heard not one of you maggots say anything about your side stealing money from the people. That's all I've heard you say is insult Biden, insult gays, insult anybody else, me included. You ain't never gonna hurt my feelings. You've only insulted and hurt people's feelings, and you have never once stood up to your established Republicans. Not once. And yet they just stole money from all of us. All of us.
A month ago to prevent a government shutdown. We had a vote here on the House floor. 99% of Republicans voted to keep the government open, and 99% of Democrats voted to shut it down. And then that bill went over to the Senate, and we watched for 42 days where time and time again, Democrats, just to appease their most radical base, continued to vote in unison to shut the government down. And during that shutdown, we saw millions of families experience pain, Mr. Speaker, pain and suffering that Democrats themselves acknowledged that they imposed on the American people. But they said over and over again, we have quote after quote from Democrats during the shutdown, that they needed to impose the suffering to get leverage, Mr. Speaker, to use the American people as pawns to get leverage. For what? For what? They ultimately filed an alternative bill, $1.5 trillion mad spending spree that included things like $200 billion of taxpayer funding for illegals to get taxpayer benefits, while they gutted the $50 billion rural health care fund that we put in place in the Working Families Tax Cut. So, Mr. Speaker, anybody who comes up here and says they care about health care They were also advocating to gut the $50 billion rural health care fund to provide $200 billion in taxpayer-funded health care benefits for illegals. It's insanity. And if you really want to
see, and we're past this illegal thing. Everybody knows that's a lie. Everybody who's been listening knows it's a lie, because the first lie out of their mouth was Democrats want to give illegal people health care. That's not the truth, and everybody knows that's not the truth. Only the people that ain't been paying attention, only the slow people who get D's and F's on their paper believes this illegal stuff. We understand what the illegal thing is. Right now, we're focusing on the fact that the Republicans slipped into the bill $1 million payday for 8 senators, which means they're going to steal our money, us American taxpayers' money. They're going to borrow money to pay these dudes this payoff. Borrow money to give these people payoffs.
relentlessly to shut this government down and to impose this suffering on the American people to stop. Stop imposing the suffering. Let's open the government. Let's get back.
No, don't. You, Rudy, you don't have to explain. We understand what you're doing. Because the whole point is you guys never say what you're for. You never say what you're for. You always come over here and say, I hate the gays, the trans, the browns, the black, immigration, all that. You say, I hate all of these things, but you never say what you're for. The 4 things I'm for: elderly, handicapped, disabled, veterans. Any party that says that they're going to help those people and mean it, those are the people that I'm going to vote for. The Republicans have said that. What do you stand for? You guys never come up with what you stand for or what you want, how you want this country to move forward. It's always some bullshit. Always some bullshit. It's always, I hate. Oh, they try to get boys in my bathroom. Oh, they try to get trans on the exercise team, knowing full well you ain't never met no trans. Why would that even affect your thinking when it comes to voting? That's what I'm saying. Illegal immigrants. We don't like illegal immigrants. Immigrants ain't bothering you one way or the other. You're going to be poor regardless of whether we had immigrants in this country or not. You're going to be a dumb toaster even if you had immigrants in this country or not. And the kids and the poor kids. See, I know what I stand for. I know what I want to stand up for. You Republicans, you maggots, don't never want to stand up for anything. That's why I don't have respect for the Republicans, because you never stand for something. It's always against something.
To the work of the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Louisiana yields back.
1 million Americans. USD had the chance to do the right thing and use designated contingency funds, but rejected it. And when ordered to do so by the courts, they fought all the way to the Supreme Court to keep hungry families from receiving food. America produces the highest quality, safest, most affordable, and abundant food, fiber, and medicine anywhere in the world. To that end, this bill provides many welcome investments. It fully funds SNAP and WIC, replenishes the SNAP and WIC contingency funds, and fully funds cash value vouchers for fruits and vegetables for women and children. It also helps rural America by providing $1 billion in single-family direct home loans, $120 million over the House level, and funding water and wastewater programs at $446 million, both issues that Democrats tried to address in full committee. The bill provides $1.8 billion for the Agricultural Research Service, $1.6 billion for NIFA, protecting farmers, small businesses, and families against President Trump's budget request to eliminate land-grant university research and extension activities across the country. I'm pleased to see that the bill language requires...
You would think that would be the case, Natural. You would think that would be the case. You would think that people, that Trump being in office would show everyone that this person is not for the poor person. This person is for the rich person. There's nothing wrong with Trump. There's nothing wrong with him. He's just doing what he's been doing. People are just letting him do this stuff. He's always been for the rich. He just convinced the goofies out there that he was for them. Anybody put in the chat for me, please, what the big beautiful bill did for people who make between 30 and 150K. Please put in the chat what that big beautiful bill did for anybody between those income ranges. I would be more than curious to find out. And please don't say tax on tips, tax on overtime. Please don't say that.
USDA to notify Congress before canceling grants over $1 million. The agricultural portion of this bill does make positive steps in the right direction. The bill discards many of the harmful policy riders, which in the House bill, yet it does not go far enough to negate House language falsely questioning the safety of mifepristone and encouraging FDA to explore liability protections for certain infant formula manufacturers.
We have not gotten that answer yet. It's always about taxes and tips. But yet and still, we gave billions of dollars away to the rich people. And nobody wants to give us that $2,000 that we've been talking about. Nobody wants to give us that. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, how are you?
What's happening? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you?
What do you think about the happenings that's going on right now?
I mean, you know me. Every bird has two wings. One on the left side of his ass and one on the right side of his ass. That's what's happening.
Now we're really getting took to the clean. You know that they put that they instead of passing that clean CR, they passed that bill with that provision, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, there's an ebb and flow to this thing, and there always has been and always will be. See, one thing I understand as a businessman is ebb and flow. And politics is no different. It's even in science. Do you know how electricity gets to your house? It's an ebb and flow. There's a tug, and that's why they have AC, alternating current. There's a this and that. There's a tug, a back and forth. This has to be. A question I really just wanted to ask when you said, and please don't say anything about no tax on tips.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't that a valid? I mean, you want, you know me, again, I'm in the middle, right? I don't care about either side, but if you're asking for a policy that they support and then they say no tax on tips because that's what they're promoting, why doesn't it qualify?
No, I'm saying the tax on tips. The tax on tips is for a limited amount of people, although it's a good amount. It's that one doesn't do anything for people like me or any other regular average person because most people don't make tips. It's a subset of the regular normal working people. So you set that aside. So then we have the tax on overtime.
So you know what else? You know what else doesn't really affect people like you and me? Welfare, EBT, SNAP, home, housing vouchers. See, people that work for tips are in that class of individual. These are the people that are in need. The difference is they are actually willing to go out and work. When you work for tips, that's the most incentive-based labor you can find. It's right up there under commission-based.
Oh no, I'm not denigrating them at all.
I know you're not. I know you're not denigrating. What I'm saying is that is an extremely viable policy to want to support because these are people, unlike those who are getting welfare, these are people who actually are earning money by doing work, and we're alleviating their tax burden because the money that they're getting, the ratio of the money that they're getting as compared to the labor that they're doing, puts them in a class of those who need welfare, whom many of which aren't even contributing to society. SNAP benefits don't necessarily, you don't have to qualify by earning money, you have to qualify by not earning a certain amount of money. But when you earn tips, it's because you did more of something. So why would we tax them? That's a very, very valid.
I'm not at all having an issue with that. But see, here's the thing, and I can't get around it. Taxing on tips is going to cost them way less than if they don't have Medicare and Medicaid and those subsidies, which is where that class hits. Most of those people who make those tax and tips are the people in that $15,000 to $30,000 range. So they're
Right.
going to
Understood.
hit
Yeah.
more.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, of course, 100%. They need healthcare, right? And that's not, that's real. I think we agree there, right? Like when we have an argument about feeding the kids, I'm not saying starve out the kids, right? I'm just saying have a reason for the money we're paying into. There should be some sort of a proof of a return. What I'm saying is, why isn't no tax on tips a valid policy to want to champion from the other side? If you're saying you want Republicans to come up, instead of saying, I hate this, I hate that, you want them to say, I'm pro something. But then when they go, I'm pro no tax on tips, you just admitted how noble of a policy that is. Why can't they use that? That's the question I'm asking.
No, I'm not saying that they can't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, it benefits only it benefits a group of people. That's great.
In need.
It's that group of people. So
In
therefore,
need.
the rest of the people.
No, in need. You got to add that caveat. A small group of people in need, and then there's a secondary caveat: whom are working. So if I'm sorry, I'm sitting here making fish tacos. If you're saying that you champion the policy for people who are in need, who aren't working, welfare, SNAP, and things like that, then the other side should be able to be valid in championing a policy that helps out people in need who are working.
I'm not saying that I'm saying I get all of that. I understand all of that. But on one hand, you're giving them something, you're giving them the tax on tips on one hand, but you're devastating them on the other if they don't have medical insurance.
That's a different conversation. What you said was, when you're looking for people who support the Republican Party to come up with a policy that they support, you rejected the idea of tax on tips. Now, if you're saying because it's offset by another policy that same party is coming up with, that's fine, but that doesn't remove the nobility in that particular policy that they may support. That's essentially, that's up to them and their party to get that other thing that you're talking about, the offset, the nobility, and what they want. That's up to them to get that together, right? Just like there's people in the Democratic Party who support the Democratic Party but aren't happy with all of their policies. There's people who are pissed with the Democratic Party, but they're Democrats, and it's up to them to say, "Hey, man, you're fucking up the game," right? But at the same time, if that's what's attaching them to their party, that's still a valid argument. That's all I'm saying.
Right. I mean, I get that. I do. But I'm looking at giving me 5 on one hand and then taking away 4. Okay. I'm looking at it that way. So
Yeah, no, but because that's not your party, that's not your decision to make. If someone says, I'm supporting this party because I believe in this particular policy, then that, especially if it's a noble one, it's a valid policy. And then you have to ask then you would ask the question, fine, what I'm saying is, it would probably be better to acknowledge that rather than say it's invalid. And when you acknowledge it, then ask the question, what are you prepared to do to correct the other policies that offset the nobility in the policy that you support? Rather than simply saying, that's not valid because you're fucking up over here in this other area. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I get what you're saying. And maybe it should be phrased a different way. I just see it as I get that it's a positive in that way, but it's a small set of people when we have a bigger policy for the people like us, or bigger because I don't see a benefit for me. If I look at it, I don't see a benefit for me because I don't have a business making over X, Y, and Z.
Well,
and I don't qualify for food stamps or anything like that because I make too much money.
Exactly. Right. And that's exactly what I was saying. I'm glad you said that. And we agree on that, right? And I think a lot of these policies really they all serve a small subset of people. It's just that a lot of those subsets start to overlap, right? Most folks aren't on welfare. Folks don't need it. Most folks are doing just kind of okay in the middle class. Yeah, they have hard times. Sometimes you live in check to check. Sometimes you can invest in your future, right? But again, ebb and flow. But we're just kind of doing okay, right? And it's always been like that,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I get what you're saying. I'm just saying there's not going to be a blanket policy from either side because they're not interested in the people. They're interested in maintaining the ebb and flow, right? The back and forth, the exchange. That's how they stay in power. Whether it's left or right, it's the exchange, it's the volley, the back and forth that keeps them in power. And that's both the left and the right.
Yeah, but I also look at it like this. I also look at it, what policies do you put in place that help the most people? What policies do you put in place that help the most people?
Yeah, it would be a blend or a hybrid of policies from both sides. It's very. I'll admit it is very idealistic. It's unusually optimistic. You know what I mean? It's a utopian society we're asking for, but it's really going to look like a hybrid of all the best policies from both sides and an absence of all the worst. To be honest.
And so you cannot be, and my whole point in this is you cannot be absolutely, obviously craven in what you do, seeing as how you're supposed to represent us here, and this absolute craven thing that they placed inside the bill last night, that they put inside the bill is absolutely nothing that helps the American people. It helps the American people not at all. So why was it that they were tooting their horn? We're only going to pass a clean CR. We're only going to pass a clean CR. And now we have a CR that has been tainted by greed.
Well, again, I'm not here to fight your points. You make valid points. I just think they're absent of balance or the mirror point. And where you're saying they move in a craven way when they're passing these things, correct. However, the opposition, being the Democrats, move in a very deceptive way, right? When they do things, you got to admit.
No.
I don't want to do what you say. Don't do. Don't make it about the other side. I know. I hear it coming.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, I want to hear a valid point. I'm saying we're talking about this situation. I get that they move in a deceptive way. I get that the other side is how they are. I'm saying this situation was started by the Democrats. I firmly admit that. The Democrats.
Okay. Oh, well, wait. Let that marinate then, because that's important, right? Because you kind of go at the Republicans. So for you to admit that, it means a lot, right? And I'm not trying to like tether to that to make a point. I'm just saying that's good. That's a balanced, you know what I mean?
I've been admitting that the Democrats started this whole fight.
And that's kind of their thing. They like to stalemate like that, right? Okay.
But once they started it, it was theirs. It was their shutdown.
Okay.
But then Trump went to court and sued 2 times not to give people their money.
Yeah, well, so you can't blame the party.
And he's in court right now to still not give people their money.
So be careful.
Republicans.
Be careful not to blame a party for the doings of one person, even if that person is their champion or their mascot leader or front runner, however you want to look at it.
Republican. When I say Trump, I mean the administration.
Okay, you're isolating it to him or his administration, which really falls under
purposes. Yes, for expedition.
Okay, all right.
But
okay, well then there we can agree with at least 80 to 90% of right, and it's not even worth arguing the remaining 10-20%, right? Because that's just where the semantics lie. So I'll agree with you there.
So it was the Democrats who did it. They absolutely did it. They should have came up with a better solution, but
they should have came right. They should negotiate better. Correct. Okay.
They negotiated better. They're shit negotiators.
All right, exactly. And that great. I'm glad you again. You gotta let that marinate. That they've always have been.
I've been said that from the day one.
Right.
And then I said Oh, okay. So then I said, oh, okay. So Trump and the administration went to court 3 times?
Yeah.
3 times not to pay people food stamps? So
Yeah.
now it's back on the Republicans because you're actually going out there and saying, we're not giving people their money. We're not giving people their food stamps. You're actually saying that. You're actually going to
So
court to say that.
So, yeah, you're right. Unfortunately, I think you just have a situation where it's up to the Republicans to go against their champion, right? Which is Trump. Because when you say
And
it's back on the Republicans, technically it is, but they got to clean up the shit that their dog left on the carpet, essentially. You
And
get what I
so,
mean?
yes. And so I say, okay, fine. It happened. It was this. It was, you started it. The Republicans grabbed a hold of the mantle and started running. Okay, fine. The
You saying it's a
Democrats,
lost opportunity?
no, I'm saying they took the mantle and ran with it like they could have just let the Democrats own it, but they didn't.
So you're saying it's a lost opportunity? They could have let the Democrats hang themselves.
Yes, they could have, but they
Right.
didn't.
Okay. Okay.
Because everybody kept saying they went to court. They went to
Right.
court to not give people food stamps. So then it went against them.
Right.
Then yesterday, everybody was looking at the Democrats like, you weak. You did this for 40 days and 40 nights. You paid for nothing.
Sure.
And then what did the Republicans do today? In the middle of the night, they snuck in the bill, millions of dollars that the taxpayer got to pay
Yeah.
to 8 senators when they had been hooping and hollering for the past 7 weeks. We passed a clean CR 14 times. We passed a clean CR. What happened to the
Well,
clean CR?
so just for the record, we agree up to this point, right? Like, I think your thinking is balanced now. Your judgment seems to be pretty balanced. I'm not opposing you. I'm just kind of offering an answer,
Mm-hmm.
and it may seem kind of like a cop out. But one thing we know, historically speaking, and up to this day, both sides are good for sneaking things into bill. That's why they never can come to a decision. They want to sneak their own agenda in on behind shit that they can kind of sort of get past, right? That's part of the negotiation. So I think you just have a moment where you caught the Republicans trying to sneak some shit in. The Dems are next. They do the same thing.
Can we agree on this? Those people need that insurance. So why?
People need whoa. People need care.
So
People
why?
don't need insurance. Insurance is fundamentally a vacuum or a black hole into which money goes in exchange for the idea of care.
So what should they do? So what should they have? Nothing?
Revamp that whole shit and snatch the
That's
insurance.
what I said. I
Right.
said they need to revamp all of that.
Yeah, but right, and that is really the responsibility of both sides, and I think they're refusing to do that. They're
There you
refusing
go.
to come right. So, but again, to that end, we agree.
There you go. Because I say both parties need to sit down and straighten out ACA, throw it away, do something. But
Throw it out, right?
those
Yeah.
people need to do something. You need to do something for those people. And the reason why it's really terrible is because, and you need to do something about pre-existing conditions. You need to do something. We cannot be giving kickbacks to the insurance companies. We need to actually give care to the people who
Right.
actually
50% of the kickbacks are going right to the insurance companies, and then another 40% of what's left is going to big pharma.
Yes. And that's what I'm
right. So we can agree to that. They're the ones that are making money, right? And you have
we need to
with
do
that.
something. We need to do.
You got to do something about it because you got the Democrats are in big pharma's pocket and the insurance companies are in Republicans, or maybe I have it the other way around. But right, that is the ebb and flow, and that's 90% of the cost that's coming out of our pockets, whether we're sick or not.
And that's why I started this stream saying we're getting screwed by both parties.
Either way, okay. Well, you know what? Then HQ, my dear, then fight the good fight. You know what I mean? Like that. Now that is balance. I can get on board with that for sure.
I'm mad at both parties because you're screwing the American people.
100%.
We're paying too much for insurance. Do you know
100%.
Trump made his own prescription website? You know that, right?
Yeah, right. And see, that's all. That's getting too close to monopolization, and privatization is something that should not be in his hands. Right. I don't like the way that smells already.
Going on? What in the
Right.
heck is going on?
Yeah, that should not be.
Mm-mm. Now the president, anyway. I mean,
Especially a president.
you're making it obvious now that you're
Right.
trying to profit off of X, Y, and Z.
Right. I expect that from him as a tycoon.
Right.
But as a president, yeah, no, you're right.
That's wild. When I heard that, I said, that's no, something is wrong. So no, that's how I started the live stream, Aaron. That's where I'm at.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I'm with you. Like I said, I just wanted to get in when you said with that, just that one piece. I'm like, wait a minute, these are the people, these are the salt of the earth, people in need. You know what I mean? Like, it's a valid argument. But everything else you said today, 90%, 99%, I'm on board. You know, and what's left isn't worth arguing. So
Yes. There you go.
yeah. Yeah. All right, my dear. We'll continue to stream. I'm gonna jump back in the cloud and keep listening. All right, the good fight.
Thank you, sir. I want to
All
see
right.
what the vote is like. Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you very
Yep.
much.
Take care.
All right, here we are. Where we at?
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
The gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member for yielding, Congresswoman DeLauro. Congress today should vote for affordable health insurance for Americans and reduce its rising costs. Instead, in the dead of night, 8 Senate Republicans slipped into this bill a payola for themselves, literally raking millions of dollars to themselves. This payola is called corruption. Corruption. Millions of taxpayer dollars now are slated for Senators Graham, Hagerty, Hawley, Sullivan, Tuberville, Johnson, Loomis, and Blackburn. Each is teed up to personally rake in a minimum of $500,000 up to $1.5 million. Meanwhile, the American people need more affordable health insurance, but these senators with their House allies are lining their own pockets. I say no more tax breaks to billionaires and no payoffs to U.S. senators. This is what happens when power serves itself instead of the people. This isn't leadership, it's corruption disguised as legislation. Will the gentleman yield me 10 seconds?
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
No? Let's cleanse America of
gentlewoman's time has
disgusting
expired.
corruption. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely.
Wow.
The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member from Washington and distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Newhouse.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for yielding the time. Mr. Speaker, over 40 days after the Senate Democrats shut down the federal government, we are finally reopening. The result of the shutdown has been thousands of employee furloughs, major disruptions to our air travel, service members going without pay, delayed food assistance for low-income individuals and families, and much, much more. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House Appropriations Committee, the responsibility of funding the federal government is one that I take very seriously, especially in light of our nation's debt surpassing $38 trillion. The performative tactics that we have watched over the last 7 weeks have truly been a disservice to Americans. And my friends across the aisle should never have put leverage or politics over those people that they represent. But the most important thing right now is that we get back to work, making sure the federal government can provide the essential services that people depend on, and that Congress can continue working to pass full-year funding legislation, providing responsible federal spending and fund those essential services. Mr. Speaker, we are making significant progress with the inclusion of these 3 appropriation bills, but our work is far from over. I encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this deal, vote to end this unnecessary shutdown, and help us get back to the business of hardworking Americans across this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump and Republicans control the entire government. For 42 days, Republicans shut it down.
See, this right here is most people that speak during this time and during shutdowns and you know, during long where we have to do all the minutes and we have to have speech. These are the new people that come into Congress. So they learn how to speak in front of the public. They learn how to speak in the chamber. So these are all, like, sometimes these are new senators. Sometimes we have old senators, but most of these are newer senators. So they learn how to communicate in the chamber because some of these people I've never seen. Some I have seen, but some of them I haven't seen.
Why? Because they refuse to extend tax credits to help millions of Americans afford their health care. And if that wasn't bad enough, President Trump even withheld food assistance during the shutdown. Hunger should never be used as a weapon. Right. The CR continues the Republican health care crisis. The Speaker's already said he won't hold a vote to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits to reduce healthcare costs for Americans. So now my constituents are going to have to choose between heating their homes, feeding their families, or taking their children to the doctor. It's a terrible deal for the American people. Americans deserve an open and transparent.
No, what's going to happen is all of our hospitals are going to deal with the emergency care, regular medical care, you know, small injuries, you know, cut to the leg, tooth came out, braces. The medical, the hospital situation is going to be overwhelming. It's going to be overrun. Once they can't, because once these subsidies rise or subsidies go away, their premiums may skyrocket. I don't know what they will be, but these are the people who are on these exchanges and these subsidies. These are the poorest of our people. Most of us can get health insurance from our employer. Most of us get it from our employer. But these people who get the ACA are the poorest among us who cannot afford or do not get medical insurance from their job, which means this is a straight out of pocket. You have to remember to pay for your ACA. You have to remember to pay for your subsidy, right? You know, it's the public aid, Medicaid, Medicare, and then right above that is the ACA. Right above that in price should be the ACA. So it's the poorest among us that are getting the ACA. And once those people stop getting the ACA because their premiums have risen, the hospital is going to see an overwhelming amount of people who come to the hospital just for small, regular medical care. You're going to see an overwhelming amount of people.
Transparent government that works for them. They deserve access to affordable health care, nutritious food for their families. And that's what Democrats are fighting for. I wish the president and the Republicans would join us in this fight and share our priorities. I yield back.
Bills. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, gentleman from Missouri and member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Alford.
See, people want to get on the record as saying that this is what is happening in their state. Most of these people want to get on record as saying they're fighting for this ACA. You know, you notice that most of the people that are in the chamber are not really, you know who these people are, but they're not really on camera. So they want the people that are new to have a chance to say what they want to say so it can get back to their constituents that they either fought against or for the ACA. It's really not about the ACA. What it's really about is that $1 million payoff that those 8 senators put in the CR.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Cole, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, in the words of Yogi Berra, this seems like deja vu all over again. 59 days ago, I stood at this very lectern debating the ranking member and a friend of mine over the continuing resolution to keep our government open. On September 19th, we did our work in this body, but Senate Democrats chose to hold America hostage with the Schumer shutdown. Democrats in Congress, including the minority whip, shamefully admitted they were using the misery they inflicted on the American people as leverage to achieve their leftist wish lists of demands slowly twisting the heads of the American people in a vice. Tonight, I'm relieved to say the misery of the Schumer shutdown is on our doorstep. Mr. Speaker, this package proves that when Republicans stay united and put America first, we can govern with strength.
But here's my thing. How do you say you're keeping America first? By cutting them off medical insurance? This is an issue that is both a Democrat and a Republican problem. Why is it that you as the Republicans refuse to come to the table and talk about the ACA? Or anything for that matter. Please present your plan. Please present your plan so that we can get that income level, that group of people below 30,000, we can get that group of people some kind of health care. Give them Medicaid, Medicare, however you need to do it, but do something. Hey, Black America, don't just drop these people off into the wilderness to figure out how they're going to pay for medical for handicapped people, elderly people, disabled, etc.
Compassion and common sense. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, tonight we will reopen the government and liberate the Schumer hostages. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Mrs. Torres.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition of this deeply flawed bill because the American people deserve better. Since Trump returned to office, Republicans have created an affordability nightmare, a mass transfer of hard-earned taxpayers' dollars to billionaires. In my district alone, more than 350,000 people are facing skyrocketing healthcare costs or cuts to critical services. Republicans shut down the government instead of finding bipartisan solutions to keep care affordable and took a 7-week paid hiatus during doubling healthcare costs for working families, cutting off food assistance right before Thanksgiving, and letting Trump spend his holidays pardoning insurrectionists, enriching billionaires, cozying up to dictators, and building himself a new ballroom, all while taking food away from families in need.
Right.
And now Senate Republicans want to reward themselves with a taxpayer-funded handout. Shameful, shameful, shameful. House Republicans should be here doing their jobs, not making life harder for working families. I urge a no vote.
Members are advised to direct their comments to the chair and not to engage in personalities toward the president. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Texas and chairman of the House Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Democrats rejecting a clean CR, shutting the government down, creating all the havoc, the pain and suffering for our fellow Americans is so obviously disingenuous. They never vote against clean CRs. Never. For 4 years under Biden, you all didn't reject one clean CR. Chuck Schumer, in 44 years, never rejected a clean CR. So, Mr. Speaker, what's it about? They say policy. They put forward a proposal, Mr. Chairman. They said it's about health care for illegals. They repeal work requirements for able-bodied adults. That's a 80-20 issue in this country. They put forward a spending bill of $1.5 trillion. That's twice the discretionary budget. Mr. Chairman, they'd be spending more money than we've ever spent outside of COVID. That's their counter proposal. It's not only disingenuous, it's unserious. So what's it about? It's about politics. It's about resisting and fighting and undermining Donald Trump. But here's the deal. They're not fighting and resisting Donald Trump. They're undermining the will of the American people that gave Trump the presidency.
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
It was not a clean CR. That's the problem. After weeks and weeks of saying, we're going to pass a clean CR, they come in the dead of night and put provisions in it that enrich 8 of the Republican senators. They did not tell anyone that they were putting this in the bill. They knew that it had to pass, so they put it in the bill. It was not a clean CR, which meant the Republicans lied about the bill. This back and forth garbage all the time. Why couldn't they just pass the clean CR? Why couldn't they take the win from the Democrats? They had to screw the Democrats out the back door. No, not the Democrats. I'm sorry. Who gives a shit about those Democrats? They had to screw the American people out the back door. They had to screw the American people. Typical liberal. Typical liberal. I hope you're not talking to me, Robert.
They undermine the will of the people who overwhelmingly.
Nothing else matters, Black America. They lied. What they did was they enriched themselves with a provision that gives them millions of dollars. Nothing else matters because that is a clear, blatant attempt to extort the American people. Don't nobody care who started when, what, or where.
Elected President Trump and gave him the mandate of the America First.
No, he didn't have a mandate. Shut your ass up.
Agenda. So you're not resisting us. You're posturing.
Yes, that's what I was about to say, Angelic. Please, please, let's get some people that actually want to run for office and get some of these people up out of there. Get some of these people up out of there. That's what we need. People who want to do the right thing for the American people.
And placating the radical left. And you are holding back what the American people wanted, and that was a new direction for this country.
Black America, look, don't come over here caping for the Republicans about lying about medical for the illegals. And let's put your theory to the test, shall we? Even if, and I'll grant you, there's 100 people in the room, and 3 of those people are illegals. We give health care to everybody, including the illegals. Because if we take the health care away, then that means all 100 people don't get medical. That's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican. The Republican would rather nobody get health care just so they could stop 3 people from getting health care. And the Democrats would rather all 100 of us get health care instead of stopping it because 3 people are getting health care. Illegals. We care more about the 97 and you care more about the 3. Make that make sense.
I yield back.
Members are reminded to please direct their comments only.
That's the problem I have with Republicans. You care more about those 3 getting health care than you do about the 97 that are getting health care.
To the chair. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want my colleagues to understand that when the Affordable Care Act was adopted, it was adopted for middle-class people who could not afford health insurance. They had no other option. They had nowhere to go. You just would end up without health insurance. I have constituents coming to me now crying because their insurance is going from $500 a month to $1,500 a month. That's an increase of $1,000 a month. Who can afford that? No one in the middle class. At the end of 2024, last year, during a Democratic administration, the number of insured Americans was at a record high of about 95%. Democrats worked for that. Then Trump comes in, the Republicans in.
Wait a minute, hold on.
And they make.
Hold on, back up. How is it that if ACA was so bad, how is it that all those people had health insurance? How is it that that many people had, wait a minute, hold on. He said, that man just said, hold on. What did he say?
Insurance. I have constituents coming to me now crying because their insurance is going from $500 a month to $1,500 a month. That's an increase of $1,000 a month. Who can afford that? No one in the middle class. At the end of 2024, last year, during a Democratic administration, the number of insured Americans was at a record high of about 95%.
So 95% of people, 95% of the people had health insurance. So I'm still trying to figure out why ACA was a bad thing, seeing as how 98%, 95% of people had health insurance. How is that a bad thing that the bulk of the people had health insurance? And why was ACA so bad? And then nobody can explain to me why ACA was so bad. The first thing they want to hop on the train and say, oh, you had to pay so much. What the fuck you mean? These people didn't have no health insurance? So y'all think it's better for them not to have no insurance? Just say, to hell with it, don't give them nothing? So how is that better than them being covered? He just said 95% of these people had health insurance. Why is it that you would want them not to have any insurance? Yes, that is the way that, because Obama did it. Most people are insured. Most people, but those people who work at Walmart are not insured, Black America. That's the whole point. The whole point is you all worried about the 3 people that are illegal as opposed to the 97 that are not. Focus on the 97 and leave the 3 alone. It's not that many of them who get insurance like that, like you think they do. They can't get it federally. They only get it through the state that they go to. How many times do people got to say that? How many times do I got to post in the chat the law that says that federally they cannot get food stamps, Medicaid, Medicare, and Section 8? How many times I got to post that? Black America, you've been in my chat too many damn times for you to be over here caping for these rich people. Because I explained it to y'all 10, 20 times. They cannot get Medicaid, Medicare. The only thing they can do is go to the hospital. That's not getting health care. That's not health care.
Democrats worked for that. Then Trump comes in, the Republicans in with their big ugly bill, and they make cuts to Medicaid, cuts to hospitals and nursing homes, and no funding to extend the ACA tax credits. So what's going to happen? More and more people have no health insurance. That's the bottom line. They will not have health insurance, and the Republicans don't seem to care. But I want you to know that the Democrats care and will continue to fight for you.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Guam, my very good friend, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my friend from Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, Guam is home to 3,372 federal employees, more than 43,000 SNAP recipients, and over 9,000 WIC recipients, and more than 20,000 veterans, all of whom have been impacted by this shutdown. If we continue to put politics over a country, my constituents will continue to suffer. Simply put, this gets us back on track, ensures funding for those who need it is in place, and turns the lights back on. This bill ensures that families receive the assistance they need, veterans have access to care, and our island is reimbursed for the sacrifice we made to keep federal programs running during this difficult time. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and to deliver for American people. The time for deliberation is when the government is open and people have the assistance they need. I reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from
Why is everybody worried about illegal aliens who go to the hospital? So I'm showing up at the hospital saying, hey, treat me. I'm an illegal alien. Help me. I'm an illegal alien. How do you know they're an illegal alien? They're not going to the hospital saying they're illegal aliens. So why are we worried about who, as an illegal alien, goes to the hospital and they get treated at the hospital? And how many times of the year have you been to the hospital? Have you been to the hospital once, twice, 10, 20 times? I'm confused. You very rarely go to the hospital. I very rarely go to the hospital, but we're worried about an illegal immigrant that may or may not go to the hospital. What in the fuck are y'all talking about? These people don't show up at the hospital talking about I'm an illegal alien. What are you talking about? They can't refuse service. And even if they could, how would you know that I'm illegal? For one, oh, I got a headache. Sometimes I got a headache.
Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, the destruction that is taking place in America's healthcare system during these 10 months is unbelievable. They've eviscerated the
I love arguing. What do you mean? I love arguing because it makes no sense that you got to knock a few heads against the wall for some people to hear. This is weird.
The National Institutes of Health, they've cut back on the Centers for Disease Control, billions of dollars from Medicaid for a tax cut for the wealthy. Wait till you see what's coming to America's hospitals after the next election. It's so contrived they waited until after the election to implement it. 24 million people are likely to lose health insurance if we don't implement these tax credits as suggested. The emergency room is going to be back in full force now because this is where people will go.
He said the emergency room is going to be back in full force. Yes, it is. It's going to be back in. They're going to go back to the hospital. Okay. Where's those people paperwork when they get accepted into the hospital? Why is ICE agent not calling on them?
For their health care.
Hospitals are not going to call ICE agents. Hospitals are not going to say anything. And most people don't go into the hospital and say that they're illegal, so you don't know if they're illegal. You don't know these people. Maybe they got fake IDs. I don't know. All I'm saying is they're not going into the hospital talking about I'm illegal and let's use the taxpayer money.
All of this is taking place to justify a tax cut for people at the very top. And here's the real kicker.
Why would I go to the hospital and say I'm illegal? Nobody's doing that. So it's not a large amount of people that go to the hospital being undocumented or being illegal. It's not a lot of people. Just think, how many times have you been to the hospital during the year? You, as a person who may not be insured, you don't go to the hospital. If nothing happen to you, you don't go to the hospital. Same with an illegal person. It's not a lot of them that go to. All I'm saying is the amount is negligible. It makes no sense to be arguing with people about illegal immigrants going to the hospital and get Medicare and Medicaid.
Our Republican colleagues of fiscal probity borrowed the money for the tax cuts. In 2017, it's $2.4 trillion.
I'm just saying, walk yourself through. When these people when people talk about, oh, illegals get medical, they get doctor insurance. They don't get insurance. They cannot get insurance. They go to the hospital just like any other person who doesn't have medical insurance. They go to the hospital. And they very rarely go, just like you very rarely go, because most people don't go to the hospital every day. I haven't seen the inside of a hospital for a year and a half. So I don't go to the hospital every year, just like an illegal immigrant would not go to the hospital every year. It's immaterial to talk about illegal people getting Medicaid. That shouldn't even be a talking point. It makes no difference. Right? 1%. It makes no difference. So why are we having so why do people come in here and instantly they say Democrats want illegal aliens that have medical?
In the last tax bill, Almost $4 trillion is borrowed for a tax cut for wealthy people. Whatever happened to the fiscal soundness that the Republican Party used to lecture everybody on? And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank Chairman Cole for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, if this were a library, we would have the fiction side over there and the nonfiction side over here. The only thing that's not fiction, however, is their consistent criticism of the healthcare system known as Obamacare that they created. That's what this fight seems to be about. And that's the one end of things that is truthful. Today, Mr. Speaker, after 6 weeks of no pain, or excuse me, lots of pain and no gain, they're going to vote again to keep the government closed. They're going to vote again. They're whipping their votes so they would not be paying federal workers. They won't be funding essential programs like SNAP and undo the chaos at our airports. Okay, I spent the last 43 days in my district talking with these groups, talking with SNAP, talking with Head Start, seeing their pain, realizing it, understanding it. Some of my colleagues did the same, but shockingly, they're still going to vote to keep the government closed and keep this funding from being delivered. It's time to fix the damage the Democrats have caused. With this vote tonight, Republicans will restore SNAP payments. We'll get TSA and air traffic control.
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
And you know what, thank you, Chairman. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Yesterday was Veterans Day. Veterans didn't fight for the red. They didn't fight for the blue. They fought for the red, white, and blue. Maybe tonight we can follow their example. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill fails to address the fundamental needs of families across our country. Americans have made it crystal clear that affordability is their #1 concern. President Trump and Republicans promised to lower costs on day one, and that's been one big broken promise. Healthcare premiums are skyrocketing because Republicans refuse to extend the ACA tax credits, causing healthcare costs to go up for everyone. Over 4 million people will be forced off their coverage next year because it's too expensive. This is on top of soaring prices for food, energy, and housing. It's unacceptable for the wealthiest nation in the world. Republicans who say they support affordable healthcare should be standing up for their constituents rather than following in line behind President Trump. I'm going to keep fighting for affordable healthcare and lower costs. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this sham and shame of a shutdown, we've heard so many lies from the Democrats. And over the last 45 days, and especially the last 45 minutes, I've heard them say this is an evil bill. Republicans don't care about the disabled. Trump is the worst president in history for children. They've said that Republicans are to blame for the fentanyl crisis. Republicans shouldn't take photos with veterans. January 6th, of course they mentioned that. Republicans are corrupt, and they've said that Republicans are starving kids. What they haven't said is the one thing that this bill does, which is open up the government. Not one Democrat is getting up here saying this bill opens the government. So let me remind them and my colleagues and the American people, this bill opens the government tonight. And the American people have Republicans to thank for ending this shutdown and opening the government. I urge a yes vote. I am proud to vote yes. And I am so disappointed in my Democratic colleagues because for the life of me, throughout my time in the House, I've heard them talk about how wonderful it is to keep the government open and that a shutdown is so bad and can never happen. And tonight they won't even admit that this bill opens the government and this is what we need for this country tonight. So I urge a yes vote and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserve.
Yes, the government was not open. The bill has to go to the Senate. No, the bill originates in the House. Then it goes to the Senate. If the Senate does any changes, it has to go back to the House. So this is where we are at. the Republicans put that windfall of money into the bill last night. And so now that's why we're back at the House, so the House can re-vote on the bill. Okay? Re-vote on the new amended bill with the windfall to the rich people in it. They have to re-vote on it. So this is where we're at. In the House of Republicans, re-voting on a bill that was amended last night by the Republicans by putting that $1 million windfall in there for 8 senators.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose the Republican spending bill that makes health care more expensive for hardworking Americans. While Republicans were on their 7-week plus.
You all please hit the like, share, subscribe. We do this content every evening, specifically when HQ is not sick. But we do this every evening. Arguments, fights, name calling, you name it, we do it over here. But we have a decent enough time where it's not annoying. So please hit the like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of those things. I do. HQ does.
Vacation, all our constituents were receiving notices of premium increases. A constituent of mine, a lifelong educator, has been told that her premiums will jump from $383 to nearly $1,000. Meanwhile, Trump and Republicans can find money for a fancy ballroom. They can give tax breaks to billionaires, and they even included millions of dollars in cash payouts in this bill for 8 Republican senators. If anyone else in government gave themselves millions in taxpayer money, they would go to prison. But for Americans trying to afford health care, not $1 in tax credits. House Democrats are united against this corrupt bill and will keep fighting to protect America's health care. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill. I yield back.
Rudy, you've been twerking in the chat for the rich people all day. Why you twerking in the chat? For one thing, why you over here talking about this female garbage? Why you over here talking about this female garbage? What did I tell you all? I told you that the Republican MAGAs, and I don't know whether this is all you MAGAs or not, but you will come over here and say what you don't like. We don't like gays. We don't like trans. We don't like brown and black people. We don't like immigration, but you don't never stand on anything. Please don't tell me about what a woman is when you don't stand on anything. It's always something weird. Barack Obama's basketball court didn't cost that much money because he repurposed the tennis court that was already out there, and him and Michelle paid for it. What now, Rudy? Stop it.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, it's been an interesting debate. Frankly, as a couple of my colleagues have suggested, a lot of the rhetoric on the other side hasn't had much to do with the legislation in front of us. My friends chose all on their own to shut the government down 43 days ago. During that time, soldiers have had to worry about getting paid. The only reason they were paid is the President of the United States managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat twice, or we've had military families completely unpaid. We have our air traffic controllers. Most of us flew here today or yesterday or in recent days. They're keeping the skies as safe as they can, but they haven't gotten paid. We're in this Capitol building. We're under the protection of the Capitol Police.
This man right here said, I know this bill is corrupt. I know this bill is wrong. I know this bill that the Republican Senate just sent over to us has pork in it, has a windfall for rich people in it. 8 Republicans. I know it has that in there, but I'm still going to vote for it. I had to play y'all to take y'all. You need to watch the video I just made here. The video I have up on the site right now. It's a video that shows him talking and him saying, I know this bill is no good, but I'm still going to vote for it. They know this bill ain't no good. The Republicans know this bill is wrong, but if they don't vote for it, They got to redo it again. It's got to go back and forth, back and forth. The bill has to be the same from one house to the other. All the language has to be the same from one house to the other. Otherwise, it has to go back until it's the same. And they don't want to go back. They don't want to send it back to the Senate because they know if they send it back to the Senate, the Democrats are going to say, hell no, they not caving. See, the Democrats can say no in the House because they don't have a majority. But in the Senate, the Democrats can say no because they hold the keys to the majority of the vote, the rest of the vote, majority of the vote.
They do a splendid job. They keep doing their job. They haven't been paid. We have people that are desperate need of some of the services that this government has promised to give them. SNAP and WIC, that's at risk unless we pass this legislation tonight. So we can have all these debates about all these other issues. As a matter of fact, my friend, the Speaker, his counterpart in the United States Senate, the Majority Leader, and the President said, when you open the government, we'll be happy to talk to you about some of these issues. But you're not going to shut down the government, punish the American people, put people's lives at risk, and think we're going to sit down and negotiate with you under those circumstances. That is not going to happen. We told you 43 days ago, from bitter experience, government shutdowns don't work. They never achieve the objective that you announced. And guess what? You haven't achieved that objective yet, and you're not going to. We did the same thing twice, so I'm not saying that we've got clean hands over here. You guys did it on DACA, didn't work here, not going to work here. Only people that have suffered have been the American people, the people that we're all here to serve. So let's keep the focus on getting the government back open.
It didn't cost that much money to do. The reason why hold up. Who was the goofy in the chat? Somebody in the chat. Jeb or either, it had to be Jeb or either Jeb or Rudy. Okay? The upgrades that Barack Obama did to the White House cost $375 million. The upgrades that they did to the House cost $375 million. That was upgrades to the House, Jeb Common, and Obama didn't pay for it. Obama requested that it be upgraded. Plumbing, electrical, wiring, that kind of thing. That was the House that cost $375 million to upgrade. The White House to upgrade. The basketball court, Obama and Michelle paid for out of their own pocket. Stop lying.
I would also add, and I appreciate this very much, there have been robust discussions back and forth, and we have 3 appropriations bills attached to this. There are appropriations bills that do important things. The Ag bill will make sure that people that rely on WIC and SNAP don't have to worry about another government shutdown between now and September 30th of next year. The Ledge Branch bill will make sure that the Capitol Police and everybody else at staff that allow this chamber to function don't have to worry about not getting paid until September 30th of next year. And obviously, military construction and, more importantly, veterans rely on benefits commitments we have made. Passage of this bill makes sure that those commitments will be fulfilled between now and September 30th next year. And we buy the time to sit down and rationally and responsibly negotiate other appropriations bills that we can bring, I hope, in a bipartisan basis to this floor to keep the government open. So I would just ask my friends to reflect on that. I hope some of you feel the weight of that decision. I know you do. And I hope you can vote to keep the government open. There's no excuse to shut it down. United States Senate operated to keep it open in a bipartisan fashion. Now, it took them a long time to do it, but they got there. Let's not follow that example. Let's follow when they finally got the job done, they sent us a product. It's not a perfect product. It's got some things in it I don't like. But frankly, if we kept the government open, we would have never been in this situation in the first place. So I would just ask my friends to remember their constituents. I know they think about them. I know they're serious about the points they make. Reopen the government, raise your issues. Let's see if we can come to a negotiated settlement. But let's not punish the American people. A no vote on this, again, means soldiers and military families don't get paid. A no vote means that people in need of SNAP and WIC might not get it. A no vote means the people that allow us to come here and debate and work won't get paid either.
Well, here's the fact, idle hands, because idle hands is the devil's work. So apparently you must be one of those people. The last three presidents, the economy bloomed under the Democratic reign. The country always stalls under a Republican reign. Always stalls. Look what George Bush did. Ran the country into a ditch, and Obama had to save him. Look what Trump did. Ran the country in a ditch, and Biden had to come save him. Trickle-down economics does not work. Now we got the same idiot at the helm again, running the country into the ground. And now he got to be saved from his own self. Shut your ass up when you don't know what you're talking about. Prove me wrong. Every time a Democrat get behind the scenes and do what he got to do, our country thrives.
Go down the list of course. It's pretty simple. This is a vote about two things. Opening the government of the United States, which you willfully tried to shut down, fortunately did not succeed in that in this chamber, but some of your colleagues, using arcane Senate rules, did manage to do it, but finally came to their senses. You ought to pay attention to those people. They said, enough is enough. Let's reopen the government. I would urge my colleagues to do that today, and I hope it's done in a bipartisan.
Trump doubled his income. He didn't double none of ours.
way. With that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves, and members are reminded to direct their remarks only to the chair. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Donald Trump said,
Jeb, I'm done talking to you because you dumb. I just have to flat out say it. When you dumb, you dumb. You disingenuous or you just dumb. I don't know which one. I can't tell. Because you know goddamn well when Biden left office and Trump took over just a minute ago, just a year ago, the inflation was at 2%. When Biden took over, his inflation was at 9%, got to 9%. So Trump is the one who made it get to 9%. Trump is the one who made it get to 9%. Biden got it down to 2.3% when Trump took office. You look it up, goofy.
the cost of living crisis is fake news, a con job by the Democrats. Mr. Speaker, 60% of Americans can't afford a basic quality of life. 45% have had to skip a doctor's appointment or a prescription because they can't afford it. 41% are living with medical debt. The American people are simply not making it. Not only is that crisis real, it is a crisis that Republicans promised to solve. Voters believe them. And now, after a 54-day hiatus, what are Republicans doing? They're voting to raise the cost of living. They're voting to make it even harder to get by. Not by some marginal amount. They are doubling, tripling, and quadrupling monthly premiums. And what's the defense? They are looking people in the eye and flat out gaslighting them, Costs aren't up, costs are down. Trump says, I don't want to hear about the affordability. Well, get used to hearing about it. You're going to hear about it a lot because people are feeling it every single day. People can't make rent. They can't afford their prescriptions. They can't afford to take their kid to a doctor. They can't find childcare, and when they find it, they can't afford that either. Grocery and utility bills are spiking. This is the crisis of our time, and it's about to get exponentially worse because the GOP's craven allegiance to billionaires over working people. The cost of living crisis is not fake news. It's not a perception issue. It is daily life for the people that we all represent. So let's do something about it. Let's reject this budget. Let's stop the healthcare cuts. Let's stop the premium hikes. Let's stop the hospital closures. And let's stop
the year-over-year inflation rate in the U.S. under Joe Biden hit 9.1% June 2002, a year and a half after he took office, right? Right or wrong? His starting inflation rate was 1.9. His ending inflation rate was 2.9. So shut your ass up. He went from 9.1 down to 2.9. I'm not going to let y'all denigrate Joe Biden. Joe Biden pulled us back from the brink. Now let's see what the inflation rate is for your orange thug.
the billionaire giveaways. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill fails to prevent healthcare costs from skyrocketing. It fails to address the crisis of affordability. It fails to keep our promise to veterans. It provides a $1 million jackpot to 8 senators. It fails to protect Congress's power of the purse. I encourage my colleagues to vote no.
So right now, the inflation rate on the Trump is starting to tick upward. 3.0, tick upward, which means the inflation rate is going up under your goofy president. So stop saying lies in the chat.
I have the honor of yielding 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, our distinguished Democratic leader, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the distinguished gentlelady, the top Democrat on the House Appropriations Committee, for yielding and for her steadfast leadership on behalf of working families, hard-working American taxpayers in the great state of Connecticut and all across America. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to this woefully inadequate spending bill that fails to decisively address the Republican health care crisis and fails to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. Mr. Speaker, before I say anything further, let me say to our men and women in uniform, to our active duty troops, to our hardworking federal employees, to our civil servants, to our TSA agents, to our Capitol Police, to our staff here in the House of Representatives, to our air traffic controllers, thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for the work that you do on behalf of the American people each and every day. And it's our promise to all of you that we will continue to work hard to make sure that you are treated with the dignity and respect that you deserve. In a year in which the Trump administration has gone after hardworking federal employees relentlessly, including firing more than 200,000 federal employees prior to the start of the Trump Republican shutdown. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. Donald Trump and Republicans made the decision to shut the government down, the longest shutdown in American history, would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans, middle class Americans, and hardworking American taxpayers.
Y'all hear that? The Republicans would rather shut the government down than to give those poor people health insurance. They would rather shut it down to come up with an alternative before they shut those people off health care. That's what it comes down to. They don't want to give you health care. They just want you to get kicked off.
All across the country, I'm certain that there are people in America asking the question, where do we go from here? House Democrats have a simple answer. We will continue to fight to lower the high cost of living. House Democrats will continue to fight to address the health care crisis that Republicans have created. And House Democrats will continue to fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. This fight is not over. We're just getting started. We'll fight today. We'll fight tomorrow. We'll fight this week. We'll fight next week. We'll fight this month. We'll fight next month. We'll fight until we win this battle for the American people. That's our commitment.
And y'all know what? This same battle is going to come up in January, at the end of January. This is only extended for 2 months. Y'all know that, right? This is only an extension for 2 months. So in January, we're going to be right back here again. And if the Democrats cave this time, I'm almost done with y'all. But they gonna fight this time. Shut your ass up, Curtis, about illegal aliens. Don't nobody care about no illegal aliens, and ain't nobody doing that for no illegal alien. We just went over that whole scenario about illegal aliens. Stop it.
Commitment as House Democrats.
Y'all don't even know how goofy y'all sound coming.
And there's only 2 ways that this fight will end. Only 2 ways, Mr. Speaker, that this fight will end. Either Republicans finally decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year, or the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all. That's how this fight ends. Mr. Speaker, during this painful Trump Republican shutdown, what we've seen is 2 different philosophies in terms of how to govern for the American people. The Democratic Party philosophy is clear. We are ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground anytime, any place, to enact spending agreements that actually make life better for the American people. But in order to do that, we need to have partners on the other side of the aisle who are actually willing to find a bipartisan path forward. But what we've seen from Republicans from the very beginning of this presidency is a my way or the highway approach. That's been the Republican philosophy. Jam your extremism down the throats of the American people. That's what we've seen from day one of this presidency. That's the reason why the government has been shut down by Republicans and Donald Trump for the longest period of time in American history. What have we seen from Donald Trump and Republicans during this shutdown? A consistent unwillingness to actually find common ground in order to make life better for the American people. Donald Trump, during this shutdown, found the time to play golf. Melania Trump was a mail order bride. I got a video and a picture of her on the cover of a mail order bride advertisement. She was a mail order bride. Week after week after week, Donald Trump found the time to pardon serial fraudsters like George Santos and Rudolph Giuliani. Donald Trump found the time to meet with the Chinese Communist Party. Donald Trump found the time to destroy the East Wing of the White House. Donald Trump found the time to extort $230 million from the Department of Justice so he could line his pockets. Donald Trump found the time to bail out Argentina.
That's why most of us don't care about the gays, the trans, the browns, the blacks. We don't care about that goofy shit that y'all care about. That's how y'all lost the election, talking about goofy shit. Nobody cares about somebody being gay or trans or somebody in the bathroom. We don't care about that. We're trying to move the American country forward. We care about these rich people taking our money and not giving us nothing. How many of y'all are writing to your senators, calling your senators saying you want that $2,000 that he promised? How many of y'all calling into the senators asking for that $2,000 right now? That's what we need to start doing. Call your senators and your representative and tell them we want that $2,000 that they promised us. That young girl who do the morning meetings, the morning presser, she said they working on that $2,000 now. Work on it harder. We want our $2,000.
With $40 billion. Donald Trump found the time to rip away SNAP benefits from 42 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, these extreme.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, Natural KIC. Why they care so much? For somebody they never really run into. They never gonna be in no bedroom with. Why y'all worried about what people do in their bedroom? I don't understand. I don't care whether Barack Obama is gay, straight, lesbian, or he a trans dressed in the drag. I don't care one way or the other. I care about these rich people scamming us poor people out of money and then looking us in the eyeball talking about we can't afford health care. Get your ass in the game, Rudy. I don't know why you keep bringing up these moot points. Oops, sorry.
Out of control. Healthcare costs skyrocketing out of control. And in the midst of this affordability crisis, seeing this, Democrats said, we've got to fight to make sure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that tens of millions of people, working class folks, middle class folks, people in rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America.
That's the way we gonna get our money. The only way we gonna get our money is everybody start calling they representative. I'm gonna have a list of them. I'm supposed to. I think I got a list of all people's representative. I got a list of it right now. I don't even know if I got the phone number. Let me check. Phone numbers of all the representatives.
Black and brown communities all throughout America don't experience premium increases that in some cases will go up by $1,000 or $2,000 per year. In many cases, month after month after month, $1,000 or $2,000 per month, tens of thousands of dollars per year. Unacceptable in this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And this is in the midst of a Republican healthcare crisis.
Oh, yeah.
Republicans enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped health insurance away from 14 million Americans. As a result of Republican policies, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across America, including in rural parts of this great country of ours. And now, because of Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are at risk of being unable to afford to go see a doctor when they need one. In this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, it can't be the case that healthcare is simply a privilege for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Mr. Speaker, that.
Hold on, I just want to show y'all something. I just want to show y'all something. Hold on. Right here. Y'all see that? That's the list of all the senators, all the representatives, all the Democrats and the Republicans. I have a list of all of them. Texas, Illinois, Georgia, Florida, California, the Senate. I got a list of all of them. Keep them on speed dial because people need to know who represents them. When you want to call them, you need to call them and tell them we want our $2,000. We want our money. Okay? We want our money. This is the Senate right here. I got all their name. I got their names and where they at, and that's all I got to do is click on their name. Click on name, and it'll take you to their website, and that's how you could contact them. I keep up with this shit. I just don't be playing with you. I'll be watching stuff.
The midterms and we lose 2028, some in this room are going to prison, myself included.
Yes, you are. Let me stop. Let me stop. Hold on. Let me get the Democrat. They about to vote. Let me get it back up here. I'm sorry. Hold on.
And a right that's affordable and available to every single American in the United States.
All I'm saying is we need to call our representative. Y'all gonna give them you gonna get them rich people money? We want to see that $2,000 by the beginning of next year. We want to see that $2,000 by January 30th. That's what time we want. We show our Jeffrey. We show our. So don't bring your ass over here caping for rich people. If you come over here caping for rich people, you can get your ass the fuck up out of here. We don't do no caping for rich people. We talk about poor, and we talk about poor against the rich. Don't you come over here caping for no rich person and you ain't rich. Don't do that.
That's what this fight is all about. And that's what the fight will continue to be about as we move forward. Many of my Republican colleagues have suggested that they want to deal with the healthcare affordability issue, that they want to address the Republican healthcare crisis that's devastating people all across this country. Well, we have an opportunity for you to do so. There's a discharge petition connected to legislation that House Democrats have introduced to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years, because we believe that working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans deserve the same level of certainty that Republicans always provide to the wealthy, the well-off, and their well-connected donors. Working class Americans deserve that level of certainty.
I'm looking for it now, Fred. The tax credit expiration. I'm looking for it now.
So join us in extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's not too late. We're in the midst of open enrollment, but the tax credits expire on December 31st. And we will stay on this issue until we get this issue resolved for everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I've had the opportunity, as many of us do, to serve in the United States Congress with legendary figures, too numerous to mention. Legendary members, of course, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Steny Hoyer, the great Jim Clyburn, Maxine Waters, Elijah Cummings, Charlie Rangel, our own Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in the history of the United States House of Representatives. We've all had the opportunity to serve with legendary members, John Dingell, too numerous to mention. But one can't call that roll.
But you also have to tell me, Fred, what tax expiration credits are you talking about? Which ones are you talking about? There's several of them. The child tax credit, there's several of those. Earned tax credit, all those kind of things. You need to tell me which one you're talking about.
Without calling the name of the great John Lewis. I had the distinct honor of serving with John Lewis for several terms. Many of us here in the House of Representatives did. I'll never forget, on my first day in the Congress, I had the opportunity to meet John Lewis for the first time in person. And he called me over to see him on the House floor, and he just asked me a simple question. He said, "Are you the new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I am." And he said, "Well, we're colleagues now. You don't have to call me Mr. Lewis. You can call me John." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I understand." And then he said to me, "You're from Brooklyn, right?" Now, Mr. Speaker, I got to be honest, I was tempted to say, Brooklyn is always in the house. But instead, since my mother raised me with some sense, Lenita Jeffries, I said, "Yes, sir, I'm from Brooklyn." And then he said something to me that I've never forgotten. He said, "Well, I hear some positive things about you from your predecessor, but Washington, D.C., young man, can be a rough place. So I don't want you to get into any trouble unless it's good trouble." And I just wanted to stop by on the House floor to make sure it was clear to the American people that the spirit of John Lewis lives amongst House Democrats, and we will continue to get into good trouble to make their life better. That's our commitment to every single American all across this country from this day and for every day moving forward. And it was John Lewis who said to us that ours is not the struggle of one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Ours is the struggle of a lifetime, and maybe even many lifetimes. And each one of us in every generation must do our part. Mr. Lewis, we love you. We were blessed by our opportunity to serve with you, and House Democrats are here to do our part. We're in this fight until we win this fight for the American people. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentlewoman from Connecticut has 30 seconds remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut yields. The gentleman from
Damn near all these people that's in here need to retire. If they can't do right by the American people, they all need to retire. They all need to do that. It just is what it is. They all need to do that. Because if you're not putting the American people first, you're not moving the country ahead first, you're not putting them ahead first, then you shouldn't be involved with making decisions for this country. We have some very smart, very, very smart human beings on this planet, in this country, that could come up with plans to make our country better. The question is, are we going to ever move these people out of the way so we can get smart people to move our country forward for everybody, not just black people, not for just Hispanic people or immigrants, not for just white people, not for just Indian people, all people. We need people who are looking out for all of us, not just one, not just some, all of us. Not for the maggots, not just for y'all, not for the Republicans, not for the Democrats, all of us. Okay? We need smart people to take these people's place so that we can get people in there that will do what they need to do for the American people. I am for America first. America first. If you can't afford to do the things here in this country, you shouldn't be sending money overseas to no other country. That's the way I look at it. If you can't do what you got to do here.
from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my distinct pleasure to yield the balance of our time to this.
Yeah, I say 10 years. You get 10 years to make the country better. If you can't make the country better, you got to get up out of here. You got to do something. Okay? You got to do something.
Distinguished Speaker of the House, my very good friend and a person I admire greatly.
1 minute.
I'm actually just going to hold you to 1 minute, Mr.
Oh, okay.
Speaker. My good
Now this dude right here We know he be lying. So what is he saying? They better get them Epstein files up out of there. Hurry up.
Friend, the gentleman from Louisiana.
You know they've been in the back room. They've been in the back room all day trying to convince Bobble, or whatever her name is, Bobble or Bobette. They've been trying to convince her to change her vote, right? Y'all know they've been in the back room all day trying to convince that girl to change her vote back, so she wouldn't let them open the Epstein files. I wonder what trick they came up in their sleeve to get that to happen. I don't know whether it's gonna open or not.
Speaker Mike Johnson.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
And that's your problem, Jeb. I explained to your ass 3, 4, 5 different times. And if you would have did your research, you would have known that under the last 3 presidencies, Democratic presidencies, we had to clean up the Republican mess. If you would have did your research. That's how I know you don't do research. That's how I know you don't.
I want to thank my friend, Chairman Cole's done an extraordinary job in this process. And Mr. Speaker, we all know while we're...
I love America, but I call you maggots because you're a MAGA. Aren't you a MAGA? Ain't that what your name is, MAGAs? You don't have no problem coming in this chat calling me a libetard. You don't have no problem coming in here and chat calling me all kinds of names. But you mad because I call y'all maggots.
why we're here. House Democrats voted to shut the government down. It was 54 days ago when we had that vote, September 19th. And since that time, Senate Democrats have voted 14 times to close the government. Republicans voted a collective 15 times to open the government for the people. And
you need to tell your compadres not to come in here and call me the N-word and X, Y, and Z. Or call me slow, stupid, a man. You see how many names they come in here and call me, and I call y'all just maggots or zombies? What? I really care about Americans. I already told you what I care about.
Democrats voted that many times to close it. And then they admitted, many of them, and we could name them here, but I'm not going to take the time. They admitted that they were...
Americans come first with me, period. Poor Americans, elderly, the handicapped, veterans, disabled, poor children. Those people come first for me. No, it ain't make America great. It's make Argentina great. Hey, 40 billion strong.
Using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel. In mere moments, I want you to watch the board. They're going to do it again. I'm going to guess for you that most of our...
Oh, yeah, he definitely better than Trump.
Our Democrat colleagues are going to vote again to close the government.
Even though Fred, even though you vote against your best interests, y'all vote against your best interests 90% of the time. I care about the veterans, the disabled, the handicapped, the poor. Yes.
Again, to take food out of the mouths of families that need it, again, to deny pay to federal employees, again, to stall flights and cancel airlines and do all the rest that they've done. But we are not going to let them succeed in that gambit. That's right.
But you see what they saying, right? Y'all see what they saying. They saying they do not care whether you got medical or not. They do not care whether the poor people got medical or not. They not having no discussion on it. They not having any kind of hearings on it. They not doing anything. They're saying, we don't give a damn whether you poor people croak, stroke out, die on the street, on the curb, in the bushes, in a tent. They don't care. That's what they're saying. They stopped it. That's why they demonized healthcare from the beginning. They had to make it so that goofies like Fred and Jeb, they had to make it so Jeb and Goofy like Fred believed that we really wanted to give illegals health care. They had to make it seem as though that's what we wanted to do as Democrats. because they come in here and they say that garbage every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes. See, what do you call a person that don't never learn, even though you tell them 3, 4, 5 times? Don't you call them slow or tired?
While the Democrats keep voting to shut the government down, Republicans are going to vote to open it back up. And with that, we're going to get the American government running again and working for the people as they deserve. I'm going to close with this. You know, as Speaker, you have the ability to talk as long as you want, but I'm not going to do that tonight. We're not going to waste any more time of the people. I'm just going to say this. I think that everybody needs to remember this one simple thing. From the very beginning of this whole ordeal, on the Republican side, we operated in good faith. We offered a clean, nonpartisan CR. We were honest and transparent with the American people from the very beginning, and every single day of the shutdown, we went out and looked right into the camera with a press conference and told the American people the simple truth. We have done for the people what has been right and just and truthful. And in the end, that is what God honors always. Don't forget it. We need to get this government open as soon as possible, and I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time so we can do that. The American people demand it and deserve it. My friends, let's get this done. Thank you. I yield back.
So now they finna vote. Wait a minute, hold on. Now they finna vote. In Trump's first term, the bill Democrats sent to end the shutdown had millions of money for gender studies in Pakistan. They don't care about health care. Washington is about to split the country. Are you part of the Christian Moral Party? No, you didn't. Your policies are destroying millions of Americans. Hospitals are outright saying they will close. Of course, the hospitals gonna close. They don't care about that. The only thing they care about is the babies that are not born. They don't care about the ones that are already out here. They don't care about that. All that. They don't care about that.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma has 3 minutes remaining and is recognized.
I yield back.
Now they finna start debate. Now we finna see. This is history. So we almost done, y'all. We almost at the end.
The balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut stand?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
So that's the vote. We're about to have the vote. We're about to see. So it is what it is. So now what happens once this vote goes through and the Democrats have gotten their vote and it's a yes to the bill that has that slush fund to the rich Republicans, that eight Republicans who get that slush fund. Once that goes through, that basically means all of those people who make between 15 and 30,000 get kicked off health care. They get kicked off. It's basically getting kicked off health care because they won't be able to afford the premiums, right? So they're going to get kicked off health care. Now, the Senate majority leader said they're going to have a vote on health care in December. So we already know that that's a non-starter because the Republicans already are on the record of kicking people off Medicaid and Medicare and health care. And so they're going to continue down the same path and they're going to lose next November. Just dumb. They're going to continue to do what they're going to do. The president has put a armed guards, 50 per state, ready to be activated at his request, 500 servicemen, militia, ready to activate in each state. That's going to be up and running by January. Okay. Instead of them sitting down and saying, okay, let's figure out how we can get these people insurance. Instead of let's sit down and see how we can kick these people off. They decided that they were going to kick people off of insurance instead of helping that group that can't afford insurance, that can't even afford where they live, can't afford a car, can't afford to work, can't afford to do any of those things. Instead of them helping that person, those people, they kicked them off health care. This vote will kick them off health care.
Whether I'll commit to putting any ACA extension on the floor. What I have said from the very beginning, and we were consistent about this, and you all know from day one, the first order of business was to get the government open and working for the people again. It's the most basic responsibility, and we finally got that done tonight. And I said,
see, that's what you don't understand.
As soon as the government,
you didn't understand what I said. They're going to get off of health care because the premiums will cost them too much money. Then they will go straight to the hospital and get their health care or primary care or whatever from the hospitals. Them not wanting to help those people straighten out ACA, scrap ACA and come up with a plan, or fix ACA, however you needed to do it, the Republicans didn't want to do it. So therefore, this is on the Republicans for people losing their Medicaid, losing their ACA, losing their Obamacare. This is, and it's going to hang around the Republicans' neck because it's already there. Well, y'all already done lost the Hispanic vote. So y'all done burnt up the Hispanic vote, and then you lost the independent vote. The tax credit? First of all, these credits are extra subsidies that Biden put in place. Biden put extra subsidies in place. Why did he put extra subsidies in place? Biden put this in there because it was an extension of the law, and that's as far as the law would allow him to do it to the end of this year. Nobody extended it here. It was the law that put it to this date. Okay. 2, these are extra subsidies. The regular subsidies would have expired in 2020, I think. But Biden put extra subsidies on it. You know why Biden put extra subsidies on there? Because the Republicans appealed or repealed the individual mandate and made the payments for regular insurance go sky high. That's why, that's a part of why they went so high. They went out of control. It's because the Republicans appealed the individual mandate. That's what happened. If they wouldn't have appealed the mandate, people would still be affording their health care. But instead of fixing it, they just want to throw you off because they have never voted for any insurance ever on this planet for anybody, and they don't plan to. Okay? So all of those people that when they say 17 million get kicked off XY, all of those people are the people that are on ACA. So those are going to be our homeless. The hospitals are going to be overwhelmed. People are going to be sleeping on the street. People are going to be stealing from stores. It's just going to get worse. The economy is going to be worse. People won't be able to go to work, won't be able to afford their car, won't be able to do X, Y, and Z. That's why every time a Republican gets into office, they make the problem worse. They make it worse. That's why we need to get rid of them in November. This next November, all of those Republicans need to go. Okay? All of them need to go because they don't want to put the American regular, average day, ordinary people ahead of their own priorities. Okay? A bunch of poor people are going to lose their insurance. Okay? Instead of wanting to fix it, pick it up, make it better, they don't want to make it better. Okay? They don't want to make it better. They want to make it worse.
That the Democrats were responsible for this. What happened? Millions of American families went without food on their table. You had millions of Americans stranded in airports, their flights canceled and delayed. You had troops and federal employees.
Y'all do me a favor and hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. We're trying to get to what is it? I don't know, 3,800. We're trying to get to 3,800. Please hit the like and the share and the subscribe. Yes, Black America, how can I help you?
All right, so I've been listening to you, HQ. So
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So you think that them taking away the ACA is going to make more people homeless?
Yes.
And how is that? How is it going to make more people homeless?
It's a trickle down effect. People get sick. People can't afford their medicine. People miss work. People fall on hard times. They can't pay their rent. This is how we end up where we at.
Okay, so everybody is not on the ACA, right?
No.
We can agree to that, right?
17 million people are.
Okay, so 17 million people, right? It's 370 million people in America.
Right.
17 million people are on the ACA. They are not going to be able to afford the ACA. And
Right.
you're
Not all
thinking
of them.
that
Not all of them, but a large portion. If they double or triple the premium, yes.
right. So
They're gonna be just like you. They're gonna say, I'd rather pay the $75. Except there's no $75 for them to pay.
well, they'll still be able to go to emergency HQ.
That's not health care.
I understand that, but I looked it up. Like when I was chatting with sending in the messages, I had jumped off and I had looked it up. Okay, so 17 million people are on the ACA, and then you have
Well, Rainbow Kid said it's more. I thought it was 17. I could be wrong. So 45 million is even worse. Keep going.
okay, so 45 million people are on the ACA, right? And I understand some people don't have jobs with health care. Don't you think that would give those people incentive to leave those jobs and go get jobs with health care?
Okay. So what about the people that come right behind them and take their jobs? They're going to need insurance too, right?
Well, so okay, so like our kids, right? My kids, your kids, they're of age now, right? I do have a minor child, but our kids are of age, and your kids, for the most part, can stay on your health insurance. I know here in Nevada, right? Your kids can stay on your health insurance until they're like 25 or 26 years old.
Okay.
Right. So even though, let's say my niece, right? My niece, she's in college. She's on my health care. She's 19 years old. She's away at Virginia State. in college. When she comes out of college in the next 2 or 3 years, she'll be 21, 22. She'll still be covered by me, and she'll start earning her own way, right? $20,000, $30,000 job. Hopefully, it's more than that. But
Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Black America?
you can't
You
hear me,
there?
HQ?
Oh no, that's what
Yeah.
we just heard you right now.
Oh, okay. I'm saying young people are supposed to have those bullshit jobs, and they're supposed to move up and graduate as they ascend through life. You're not supposed to stay at a 20 or 30,000 $1,000 job your entire life, HQ.
But here's the thing. Supposed to, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Supposed to, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I
Yeah,
can't
but
find no other job. I can't find no other
that's
job. What do
no
I do?
HQ. That's not anybody's fault but your own.
What if I can't
You
find another job?
It's no such thing as I can't. It's no such that's just like saying
Well,
that
let's agree to this. Can we agree that not everybody has the brain power to get a high power job?
yes. So we're
Okay.
talking about like
So,
mentally
so
disabled people.
not mentally disabled, just regular, ordinary individual who doesn't have the brain power, nor the education, nor the willpower, nor anything else in order to get a better paying job.
I cannot agree with that. If you said regular now,
Hold
you
on, honey.
had me here.
No. See, you're thinking an ideal world that every human being can make a living wage. You're speaking in hypothetical. Yes, my hypothetical. You're speaking hypothetically. I'm speaking the reality. Not every person on this planet can make $30 an hour. Some of them will only be able to make 17, 16, 15, 20. So those people are always going to need some kind of help, some kind of stabling mechanism. They may not get on food stamps, they may not get on housing, but they may need help paying for insurance because they won't get it through their job. They may not be
I
able to afford
understand
it.
what you're saying. I
So
understand what you're saying.
we have to have, as a first world country, we have to have something in place to help those people who need assistance in that small way. I don't need any other assistance. I just need help paying for insurance. I can afford to pay $20 for my insurance, but I need help with the other 20. Why is it that that's so hard to understand?
It's not hard to understand, but that is what that's why people need to be in relationships. If you are somebody who is relegated to a $17 an hour job, you need a spouse or a partner or a other half, better half. If that is what you are relegated to and you are parked in that spot, that you need somebody else for in your life.
What if I'm ugly?
It, ugly women can get a man. They just have to be nice. Fat women can get a man. They just have to be nice. We see it all the time. They see big old girls with 5 and 6 kids. They just have to be nice, and they have to be willing to accept a man. That the man that wants them, they have to be willing to accept that man.
And I understand your premise, but you don't understand mine. There is always going to be someone who needs help with some of their living expenses. Always. There's always going to be someone who. So what about that disabled person who works, but they're not able to get insurance unless they get help? What about them? What about the elderly? They can't work so
You
much.
don't, you don't, you don't, you don't. So I think that table, and this may be me, I think the elderly and the disabled are the responsibility of their families.
But
You,
that's
we don't ever see been alive
but
for over 50 years. You and me.
but
We
not
never
everybody.
see a person with Down syndrome. Hold on. We never see a person with Down syndrome or autism walk into a store or anywhere by themselves, HQ. We never have. Never in our lives do we see these people just out and about by themselves.
So what do we do with the everyday average person who doesn't have a wife, who's not able to do who's a mechanic maybe, I don't know, but they only make X, Y, and Z. They don't make enough money. They have enough money, like you said. I remember you all saying sometimes men just want to have a place to stay, pillow, TV, X, Y, and Z. All their bills is paid, but they don't have no extra money left over. They'll eat cans of noodles all day, every day. What about that person? Huh?
That's perfect. Right? That sounds perfectly fine to me. I don't understand what you think.
But what if he needs medical insurance? What if he has asthma and he needs insurance every day for the inhaler, for the X, Y, and Z? What do you mean? Every person deserves to get medical if they have it. See, here's the thing. It has to be affordable. We as the first rate industrialized nation should be able to afford
The Republicans would demand a lot of
for every person that wants that health care. We should be able to provide some health care for those people.
of the House of Representatives. There's a lot of opinion.
People say, no, you can't, you shouldn't have. Yes, we should be able to provide that for our people. The government should help subsidize something like that for the people who can't afford it. There's always going to be people on the sidelines that need help. So it cannot all be everybody's taken care of and nobody needs health care. That never happens in any country. Not one country whatsoever will you find that.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. Just like I said, if a pregnant illegal goes to the hospital, they're not going to turn that person away, HQ. That person is going to be provided with their health care.
Yes, we know that, but it's not health care. It's called emergency care. It's not health care. It's not
Right.
primary. It's not primary doctor.
So what you're saying is, because they
They
can't.
triage, yes. They triage, yes.
Yes. So because they can't go to the doctor anytime they feel like it, that's not healthy.
Yes, that's not health care. That's not considered health care. And I think anybody, it's a law. It's a legal law that says all doctors have to treat people who come into the emergency room. Emergency room it's something, I forgot the name of it. Some kind of weird law.
Yeah, it's that do no harm law. I know what you're saying. When I was a firefighter, it was the same thing. If I passed a traffic accident and I was the first person on scene, I had to render service. I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so what do you mean? The Democrats wasn't fighting for that. That's a standard. If it's something that has to happen, don't nobody got to fight for it, do they? Right or wrong?
No, that's not what it is, HQ.
No.
That's
You
just
said it. I just turned it around on you. If it's something that you have to do because you're the first
That's
person on scene.
that's
Then it's
emergency.
yes.
That's
There you go.
that's
There you
emergency.
go. Emergency is what a hospital is. Emergency.
Yes, yes, and I'm telling you, they will be able to go in case of an emergency. They
We
will be
know.
able to go.
We
Yes.
ain't
So
arguing
what's
with you about that. We're not
so
arguing with you
what's?
about
But that's
but
not good enough for you.
yeah, but see, here's the thing. You all make it seem as though it's something that's volunteer. You make it sound as though it's something that they can turn away and say, you're an illegal immigrant. You can't get it. No, the hospital has to treat them, regardless of whether they're immigrant or not. So therefore, if they have to treat them, but whether they're an immigrant or not, it's not something the Democrats need to fight for. It's already there. Do you understand what I'm saying? They don't have to fight for it. It's already
I
there.
do. I do. I just don't feel like all of these people. I know. So you feel like people actually deserve help. I don't feel like people deserve help.
So they should die on the side of the
That's
street instead of going to the hospital?
no. That's what they can do is go to the hospital.
They do
We
go to the
all just said
hospital.
it.
They
Okay,
do go to the. So why are y'all saying that the Democrats want to fight for health care for the illegal alien when there's no fight to be had? They can just walk in the door and get it.
Okay, so this is what it is, HQ. And I just want you to listen to me for a second before you interject. Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
what it is the Republicans and people that think like them, they don't want any help for the illegals. If the illegal get into a car wreck, we have all these illegal women in the country. They go to the hospitals and have babies, and now that baby is an American citizen. Anything unfortunate that may happen, they don't want any health care for those people. And the other thing was the stuff like gender affirming care. The people that think in that form, they don't want any monies going to any people like that. And I know you're saying, well, it's just a drop in a bucket. Just give it to them. No, I looked it up. I know Rainbow Kid looked it up, and he said 42 or 45 million. Yes, it's between 10 and 12% of illegal. Now, it also said that they don't go to the doctor as much as American people do. But do
Whoa, you out. We didn't hear nothing you said, Black America. We didn't hear nothing you said. You out. Hello?
Oh, you didn't hear me? Oh,
We didn't hear nothing you said. We didn't hear nothing you said.
HQ?
Yeah.
You didn't?
You hear me?
You can't hear me at all?
We
Yeah,
didn't
I hear you.
We didn't hear none of that you said previously. We didn't hear none of that. After
No,
you said 12 or 15% or something like that, we didn't hear nothing else you said.
Yeah. People that use the hospital. So, and they don't want those people, the Republican people, they don't want any of that or any of the gender affirming stuff as far as healthcare.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The gender affirming stuff is a non-starter. That's not even you're talking about less than 1% of the people. We don't even look at that. I mean, we don't even that don't register to us.
Right, and that doesn't count to you, but to other people, it does actually count.
And that's why I said.
That's all I'm saying.
And I said that. I said you see what I say to the Republicans in the chat, right? You hear what I say. You don't stand for nothing.
But you think it's hateful.
It is
to
hate.
Stand up.
It is hate.
Hold on. You think it's hateful to stand against something that somebody views as bad. The whole world stood against it. It's not hate.
Yes, it is, because you can't change it. It's something that you can't. That's just like saying. Wait a minute. What you're saying is transgender people don't deserve to be recognized as transgender people. That's what you're saying, right? What are you
No,
saying?
that's not what I'm saying. I'm
What are you
saying
saying?
you can absolutely be transgender, but you need, if you want to be transgender in
What?
totality by
Mhm.
yourself.
By yourself? What do you
That's
mean
what
by
I'm
yourself?
saying.
What by yourself? What do you mean?
If you are rich enough to get your penis cut off, or you want to turn from a girl to a guy and get your titties cut off, then you pay for that stuff and the hormone treatment and all of that stuff. You pay for it completely by yourself.
Whoa, 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 whoa! I pay my premiums. I pay for my insurance. I can get my shit cut off if I want to. What do you mean? That ain't none of your business if I get my titties or my dangling cut off.
It it
I'm acting
it
like
absolutely
I'm playing devil's advocate.
devil's advocate. I know. So this is the whole thing about it. Your Jeep, on your Jeep, your insurance says insured motor and underinsured motorists, right? It's because it says underinsured and uninsured motorists. That is for the people that don't have insurance that may hit you. Those transgender people are the underinsured
And
and the
you have
non-insured more.
and most of the time you
Go
have an
ahead.
option. And most of the time you have an option to pay for that, don't you?
Yeah, well, you automatically have to pay for it because you're making payments
Okay.
on your Jeep.
So we do it. So we do it regardless of whether I'm trans or not. You still have to underpay or overpay. You still have to under or over. You still got to do that regardless of whether I'm trans or not. So why are you worried
No,
about whether I'm
no, no,
trans?
no. So what people are saying, and the part that I agree with, and that's what I'm telling you is, I don't want to have to. I don't be in my.
You're not paying for
I
me. I am
listen.
paying my own insurance.
You
You're paying for everybody else's, but you worried about me paying. You know, in your insurance premium, you're in a pool and you're spreading the risk. I get that. So
out
am I.
on everybody. Right. We're spreading the risk out of everybody. And then
Okay, so
so
am I.
every
So am I
and
as a
so
white person,
every
as a trans
right.
person.
So
So am I.
right. So everybody is chipping in to help pay for you, right?
Yes, just like I'm chipping in to pay for you.
And that's what we're saying. We don't want to chip
But
in
that's
and
already
pay for
built
these
into the
people.
system. You're arguing against a system that you're already paid into. You can't
No,
change what you
HQ.
pay. No, you can't change what you pay.
No,
You just gonna be hitting the wall saying, I'm a gay person. I go to the doctor, I pay my premiums just like you pay yours. You I, I don't want to fucking pay for you and your kid. But I have to be in a pool where my money is spread along everybody's risk. Just like you're in a pool where your money is spread along the risk. That's what we pay insurance for. You don't get to decide that you don't do or don't want to pay for it unless you just quit paying insurance. So why are you so invested in something that you can't change?
well, and that's what I'm telling you. It's just like you say, don't force your morals on me. And you saying, hey,
How am I
everybody
forcing
need
my morals on
no,
you?
no. It's just like you're saying, hey, everybody, y'all need to pay this individual mandate. Now, oh, we don't have to pay the individual mandate. Guess what happened, HQ? The damn shit skyrocketed because people said, well, if I don't have to pay the individual mandate, I'm not going to pay it.
No, there
You see
wasn't.
what I'm? That's a
Okay,
perfect example. That's a perfect example.
yeah, but you can't opt out of insurance. You can't opt out
That
of
they
regular insurance. You don't see the thing is
they opted out the individual mandate.
but you pay into a pool right now. You pay into a pool of the people that you work with. The people that you work with, you pay into that
Yes,
pool of money.
yes,
So some of them could
yes.
be gay, some of them could be trans.
Oh, okay, so
And you wouldn't know
what?
one way or the other.
Hold on, HQ. So I, as an American citizen, my tax money goes to help people in the ACA also, right?
No, I don't think that. I think it's funded primarily through the government. The government pays that.
But if the government doesn't make money, how does they make money? They make it off of our taxes, correct?
Yeah, but you can't. That's another thing that you can't do anything
See,
about.
I understand. So
So why
now
are we? Why? So
I
why? Wait a minute. Hold on. The question is, if you know you can't do anything about that, why is there a discussion about that?
because it's
If
just
you
like the
know,
individual.
if you know that you can't do nothing about it, you're gonna have to pay taxes. You're gonna have to pay your insurance premium. You're gonna have to pay the
Uh-huh.
insurance premium. Why are you concerned about that one little aspect of you paying X, Y, and Z? Because my money pays.
Because
Because my money as a trans person pays for any risk that you might have or something that might happen to you.
yeah, but it's a more for a Christian, it's a moral dilemma. Those Anglo white Saxon Christians, it's a moral dilemma. I don't care what percentage of them there are. I don't want anything that I have going towards it to feed them, to get anything chopped off. The individual mandate. I don't want to pay the individual mandate. I don't want to pay for other people to have health insurance, and I don't have it. And I don't want to pay a penalty for it.
But you already pay it. But you already pay it
But
in regular employer taxes.
but you don't, HQ. That's why when they took away the individual mandate,
That's
the
in
ACA
ACA.
failed.
But that's in
Yes,
ACA. But
yes.
in a regular job, you also pay you also pay that penalty towards another person.
Let me ask you a question.
Mhm.
So if you want to go get your teeth done, not clean,
Mhm.
not a root canal. If you want to go get your teeth done, you want to go get veneers or crowns or something like that. Does
Mhm.
your insurance pay for that, HQ, or does they say that that is a cosmetic thing and that needs to come out of your pocket?
It's a cosmetic thing, somewhat. No, it's half cosmetic and half real, I guess. Half
Well,
real.
so most times, and this is for the last 20 years of me having insurance, that is cosmetic, and they will not pay for cosmetic. It's just like braces. They insurance doesn't pay for braces. You have to go to an orthodontist and pay for the braces yourself because it's cosmetic. They insurance doesn't pay for boob jobs because boob jobs they cost $5,000 or BBLs because they're cosmetic.
Yes, I get all that, but
Okay, good.
you're arguing about something that is the smallest percentage of people on this planet, and you can't do anything about their medical paying for them into your pool. If you could
Right,
do it,
but they
paying for
need
your
to pay for it themselves.
they do pay for it themselves. They pay a premium just like you do.
Yeah, HQ. Even though I pay a premium for my dental, if I want to go get all new crowns on my teeth, it's cosmetic and it's going to cost me $50,000 or $60,000 to do it.
Mhm.
You see what I'm? Even though I pay my insurance and my insurance premium, if I'm going to get something like that, it's still cosmetic. That means it has to
Okay.
come out of my pocket. That's
I
not falling onto
get
you
what you're
or
saying.
anybody else in
I
our
get
pool.
what you're saying, but I get what you're saying, but it's such a it's somewhat not even uh
Stop trying to
I get what you're
justify it because it's
saying,
such
but
a
it's not even
small
a.
percentage.
No, I'm not justifying it. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out why this is a why this is such a thing to Republicans when they don't make it there for you to pay for. Damn, who keep calling me? Oh, I need to turn my phone on. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because it doesn't matter one way or the other. You all still have to pay for it. You still have to pay for your regular insurance. This is a
Yes,
minor point. That's all I'm
I
saying.
understand. And like I say, I understand why you say that. It's because you're a humanitarian and that you care
No, it's
about
just
people.
that it won't make a difference one way or the other.
If I gotta give $1 to a bum, if I gotta do anything for anybody that I don't want to do this for, HQ, it is a problem. It absolutely is a problem.
I'm not saying the same. It's not. I'm just saying you guys are beating your head up against a rock because if a transgender person wants to pay for surgery, they're going to pay for the surgery regardless of whether you guys like it or not, and they have
Okay.
every right to pay for it.
And so as long as all of that money comes out of their pocket, I don't think anybody would have a problem with it, HQ. Nobody, nobody would have an actual problem if that money were coming out of their pocket.
You make it sound like it came. You make it sound like it comes. This is an argument that don't make sense to me, Black America, because you're not paying. This is an argument that don't make sense because it don't come out of your pocket. It's not something that you actually pay for. And even if you do, it's less than $1. But I'm not sure how much it even costs, and I'm not even sure that we have that issue because it's not that many people that are changing over from transgender that don't pay for their own surgery because it is
And
an
and
elective
and
surgery.
and there you go again. If they had something in there that said gender affirming care, HQ, that means that they were helping. And I'm telling you, a straight man, as a straight man, I don't want to pay for gender affirming care. That's all I'm saying. That's
Okay, I
all I'm
get it.
saying.
I
But
get it.
I'm gonna go back down and I'm gonna listen to I. But I think the Mexicans or whoever's illegal, because I know it's not just Mexicans that
Right?
are illegal. Who's ever illegal, uh, yeah. If they cut off a finger, they should be able go to the emergency room. But as far as um, what the law says about the federal, like they can't federally get it. They sell weed in every state, but you can't take the money that they sell the weed from and take it to the bank because it's not federally covered. You know what I mean?
Right? Right?
So it's an interesting thing, but
Hey, but
I'll let you go because that background noise. All right, bye bye.
okay. Thank you, Black America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Black America. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We finna listen to this goofy lady right here. Oh shit, yeah, cash retail. Let's see. Here we go. Here they come. Then they come out and they spit all of those talking points out of here. They spit all the talking points. So let's see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here today. We are going to get to my remarks and Q&A as always, but I do have the FBI director with me here, Kash Patel. You all know him well, and he's here to provide an update for you all with respect to China. As you know, President Trump had a very successful meeting on his trip to Asia with President Xi, where they discussed the need for China to crack down on fentanyl production and distribution, which ultimately makes its way here to the United States of America. And the FBI director recently traveled to China following President Trump's meeting to meet with his counterpart in Beijing. And he has a really positive announcement for the American people to share. So the president wanted me to bring the FBI director out to share that with all of you today. So Cash, please, thank you for being here.
Thanks, Caroline. As Caroline mentioned, we have some tremendous news thanks to President Donald J. Trump once again for the American people. As soon as the President of the United States took office, he issued a mandate to rid America of the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. Thanks to his leadership and direct engagements with China, we set up a framework to execute that mission 8 months ago. Attorney General Bondi immediately thereafter took steps to engage her counterpart in China at the Ministry of Public Security. Pursuant to their direct discussions, as the FBI director designated to run counterpoint on this, along with the Secretary of State Rubio and Ambassador Perdue and the team here at the White House, we set forward a path to implement the policy needed to crush the plague of fentanyl. Deputy Attorney General Blanche and our teams have been hard at work ever since, ultimately culminating in my trip to Beijing last week. This was only possible due to President Trump's historic engagement with President Xi just a few short weeks ago that set the stage for today's announcement. At that meeting, the leaders reached an agreement. But just to put this in frame for the American people, a reminder here that nearly 100,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses just last year alone. Here, this year, under this president, the FBI has seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl so far. That is a 31% increase from the same time period last year. To put it in perspective, that's enough fentanyl to kill 127 million Americans. Fentanyl precursors are what makes up fentanyl. While we, the interagency, the Department of Justice, have been fighting hard to seize and stop drug traffickers, we must attack fentanyl precursors, the ingredients necessary to make this lethal drug. That was the sole purpose of my trip to China, to eliminate these precursors. And if successful, we would suffocate the drug trafficking organization's ability to manufacture fentanyl in places like Mexico. This was the first time an FBI director has been to China in over a decade and received the audience with his counterpart to address this matter directly. And again, thanks to President Trump's direct engagement with President Xi, the government of China committed fully to my engagement there on the ground in Beijing at a level never seen before. While at Ministry of Public Security headquarters, I met with my counterpart at MPS, where the Chinese government agreed on a plan to stop fentanyl precursors. What does that mean? The People's Republic of China has fully designated and listed all 13 precursors utilized to make fentanyl. Furthermore, they have agreed to control 7 chemical subsidiaries that are also utilized to produce this lethal drug. Effective immediately, essentially, President Trump has shut off the pipeline that creates fentanyl that kills tens of thousands of Americans. These substances are now banned, and they will no longer be utilized by the Mexican drug trafficking organizations or any other DTOs around the world to make this drug. This historic achievement has saved tens of thousands of lives. This historic achievement would not have been possible without the tremendous team of President Trump, the Attorney General, the Department of Justice, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and Ambassador Perdue in China, whose ground-level engagements were imperative to achieving this result. This is yet another example of how President Trump defends the American people, provides security for the American people, and puts the American people first. This is a historic first in its kind achievement by any president to stop the scourge of fentanyl, and it should be championed by every single American. This achievement will save lives. We are thankful for President Trump's steadfast leadership, and this FBI will fearlessly follow in his footsteps to ensure that this mission of safeguarding the American public is achieved every single day. Thank you. Thanks, Caroline.
Cash. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay. Thank you again, Director Patel. Before we get going, I do have one quick scheduling announcement. Tomorrow, President Trump will be joined by the First Lady in the East Room for an executive order signing aimed at expanding opportunities for education, career development, housing, and other resources for young people transitioning from foster care to adulthood. This is part of the First Lady's Fostering the Future efforts, which are a Be Best initiative. In other news, the Democrats dragged on the government shutdown for 43 days. the longest shutdown in U.S. history. But tonight, thanks to Republicans, the White House is very hopeful that this shutdown is going to come to an end. The damage caused by the Democrats with this reckless government shutdown cannot be forgotten. It is entirely the fault of the Democrat Party. Just look at the vote count. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees have missed their paychecks. Tens of billions in wages and benefits were withheld, impacting vulnerable families. Millions of low-income Americans missed their SNAP benefits. Nearly 20,000 flights at airports across the country were delayed due to staffing shortages, causing Americans to miss family events, vacations, and work obligations. According to Airlines for America, an estimated 5.2 million travelers have had their flights disrupted over the course of the Democrat shutdown.
Getting that with Trump. That's, by the way, what Make America Great Again means. The whole idea of Make America Great Again is this idea that the country is stuck. The country can't do anything. The government has no efficacy. The government can't solve problems, and neither can the private sector. It seems like our country is dying, and basically people are unable to stop it. People are either apathetic and they don't care, or people are inept and they're not competent enough. And it seems like the whole country's falling off the cliff and no one is able to even do anything. And we're looking at these energetic countries with tons of young people, whether it's in the Middle East or it's in Asia. We look at cities like Dubai. We look at cities like Singapore. We look at Beijing, Hong Kong. And people say, why can't we build things like they're building in China? Why can't, in China, they build bridges, they build things. We can't build anything. In Dubai, they build like world wonders and it's peaceful. In Chicago and New York, it's a shithole. It's dirty. There's crime everywhere. It smells like weed. You can't build anything. And the whole idea of Trump getting into office is that we would get the energy back. We would get this initiative back. That's what Make America Great Again meant. And yes, the aesthetics of MAGA had in it, you know, I'm not a socialist, but this idea of like heavy industry, like factories making stuff. Like Americans would be drafted not to go and fight in the Middle East, but literally drafted to build shit in America. You're going to get a job, you're going to work, and we're literally going to make things. We're going to make our country great. We're going to build skyscrapers, bridges, infrastructure. We're going to work with our hands. We're going to have factories. We're going to be a productive nation that builds the future. That was the whole premise. And Americans would do it. It was that Americans would do the building, not Chinese, not Indians, not foreign labor, not outsourcing. American labor, American builders, buying American, hiring American, American ingenuity and entrepreneurship and innovation and labor and companies would literally create our future. That was the idea of MAGA.
Exactly. And I completely agree with Nick on this one. And what happened with this MAGA idea? Seriously, what happened? I feel like Donald Trump doesn't care about MAGA anymore. He cares more about other countries than our own nation. And this
The whole point is he never cared about MAGA. That's what you all don't get. He cares about rich people. What did he plan to do the minute he got into office? Is help the rich people. What did he plan to do when he got into office the first time? Help the rich people. He never cared about the regular, ordinary man. He kept telling you all that all throughout his campaign. He's not MAGA. Nick Fuentes ain't MAGA.
is so shocking because also his slogan is America first, right? Donald Trump is busy with almost every nation in the world, every country in the world, but not with our own nation. What?
Of course not, because he does not care except to make money. That's all. The man has tripled his work. The man came in the door being a millionaire. He's now a billionaire. He has enriched himself since he's been in the White House. Why do you think that is? Who does that as a president? Most presidents make money while they're in the White House, but not become a billionaire.
Why? I have no idea. If someone knows the answer, please share it in the comments. But Donald Trump should focus more on our own nation. Exactly everything what Nick just said here. It's so right. We should build like our own country instead of building other countries. We should invest money in our own country instead of sending money to other countries. Why are we not doing this? This is a very good question. Why are we hiring so many foreigners? And again, I'm saying this as a foreigner myself, so don't get me wrong. Americans can do these jobs, and we need Americans doing these jobs because this is better for the economy, it's better for our own nation, and we need to stop caring about all these other countries, and we should start to care more about our own nation, the United States.
Be drafted behind a common vision that we can all get behind, which is greatness, which we had, but which we have lost. This kind of momentum and initiative that we had, but we lost. We're an aging country. We're slowing down. We're in the twilight or the autumn of our time period as an empire and as a civilization. And people said people would come forward from the Midwest, from flyover country, from the heartland, and they would go forward to DC to work in government, and they'd be part of this transformation. The factories would return and people would go to the factories and they would build things. They'd make fucking cars. They would make airports. They would make bridges. We would build new cities, literally, and have kids and build houses. Like, yeah, we can do it. That was the idea. We can do it. And now here we are 10 years later, and the message is the opposite. You can't do it. We're not talented. We don't have the talent because you can't. We need immigrants. We need Venezuelans to do Uber. We need Salvadorians to pick the grapes. We need Indians to do our programming. We need Koreans to build our missiles. Like, now we're getting the opposite. Trump 2016 was like, I don't care. We're going to win. We're going to take the country and make it great, and nothing will stop us. We're going to cut the red tape, ignore the media. We're not going to take donor money, and we're just going to fucking do it. Like, that was the idea. And now, here we are 10 years later, and the message is like, we can't do anything. Politics is too difficult. It's political reality. I could send all the Chinese and illegal farmers home, and I guess that would make some people happy, but what are you going to do? Let the colleges go out of business? We don't have any talent here. We need Indians to do our jobs for us. And that it's less so the policy, because look, people are realistic. People know Rome wasn't built in a day. We want to build Rome in like 20 years, but it wasn't built in a day. Okay. But what is really crushing after 10 years is the message. And it's like Trump is getting old. His movement is getting old. America's getting old. And it feels like as Trump loses energy, as he has been defeated in a way, it feels like the movement is being defeated.
Yeah, and again, surprise.
Nick don't come across as no MAGA. He sometimes does. He says the things that some of y'all say, but he damn sure ain't no MAGA. He's something
Surprise. I completely agree with Nick on this as well, because I feel like the credibility, like Trump's credibility is almost gone. And for be honest, I really like the guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to defend Donald Trump or anything, but probably many people who are watching this, they voted Republicans, they voted on Donald Trump, but they are seriously so tired of him now. He's not doing anything for the average American. Come on, what did Donald Trump actually do for us? He promised us so much. He promised us so much, and he didn't do almost anything. This is kind of insane, right? Because if Donald Trump is not doing it, and Donald Trump pictured himself as a MAGA guy,
So
he was rich.
my thing is this. If Nick doesn't believe that Trump did anything, why is it that everybody keeps saying that Trump did a lot of stuff? How is that?
There for us, for the average Americans, but he isn't. So if Donald Trump is not doing this, who is going to save the real Americans then? Who is going to save the average American? Who is going to care about the average American if Donald Trump is not even doing it and he pictured himself as the MAGA guy? He would care about the real Americans, but if he is not even doing it, who will do this then? Because I highly doubt that the Democratic president, and I think the next president will be a Democratic one. I hate to say this, but I'm scared that this is going to happen, and he doesn't care about this at all. So Donald Trump really lost my faith. Long story short, he promised us so much. I really believed in this man that he would help the United States, the average American, that he would really help us. But what did he actually do for us?
I don't understand why y'all thought he was going to help in any way, shape, or form. I don't understand how you thought after what he did in 2019, 17, 18, 19, how y'all thought he was going to help you. He's not for the average man. He's never been like the average man for the average man. He's never been better than Biden. Never in any way, shape, or form. Let's be clear. I don't care how much you wax poetically about Donald Trump. Donald Trump is trash all the way around. He's a scumbag human being. It is what it is, right? I can't wait for the Epstein files to come out. But the point is, he's a shitty human being. Way, way, way less than Biden or Obama could ever be. Way less than Biden and Obama could ever be. There's no disputing that. All the shit that this man has done, we're not going to argue about that. You need to look that shit up. So I don't understand why you thought that he was going to help the average everyday man. See, that's delusion. That's the delusion I keep saying that the MAGAs got. Because they got themselves deluded into thinking that this man cared about what you thought and what you wanted. And he never did. He was a shit human being.
It's almost nothing, right? He's every day in another country almost. He's helping every country in the world, but not our own nation. And this is, he lost so much credibility. He lost so much credibility because of this, because he's not doing anything, or he's not doing what he promised us.
The movement that he built is just, it's out of ideas. It's out of steam. We tried it. We thought we could do it. We can't. We gave it one last try, one last push. Make America great again. Let's do it. Never mind. Everyone go home. We actually do need the Indians. We lost. We were wrong. The elites were right. We're worthless. We need Chinese money. We need Indian programmers. That's the sense of dread.
Yeah.
And this is why I said a year ago, it really is about the vibes. I said this a year ago. Trump is old. He's tired. He's not funny. He's low energy. He's monotonous. I said, and his movement is dead. Like, his movement is not dynamic. His movement has been captured. Look at who's at Mar-a-Lago. It's all grifters. When Trump started, it was all true believers. When Trump started, it was like him and like a dozen people with a dream. Mm-hmm. And they were bootstrapping it. They were just doing these rallies, flying by the seat of their pants. And they're like, can we win? I don't know. We're going to try.
Right.
And all the careerists and all of the parasite political class, they hated Trump. Now they're all in Mar-a-Lago. Now Mar-a-Lago is just the king's court, and it's all ass kissers and brown nosers and grifters and shills and the worst people imaginable. His endorsements have become a business. Access to him, photos with him have become a business.
Yes, yes. It ain't become. That's what he is. That y'all thought he was a regular, ordinary human being. He never has been a regular, ordinary human being. He's always been a grifter. You guys just didn't see it.
Like, all of the shills from 15 are now on the inside. All the people that hated MAGA are now the biggest MAGA supporters. Trump has been fully assimilated. He has fully been compromised by the GOP. And there's nothing risky, nothing edgy. There's no entrepreneurial spirit. Look what happened to Elon Musk.
That don't mean just because he's a racist doesn't mean I can't agree to his point.
Elon Musk came.
We both think that Trump is compromised. We both think Trump doesn't give a damn for regular, ordinary people. We can both agree on that.
Man, he was maybe the last push because he's a little younger and he bought Twitter and, you know, he's the Rocket Man and everything like that. Elon came in with Doge. He got chewed up and spit out in 3 months. Elon was a little bit of energy, like, he was kind of like a little shock therapy for MAGA. And he lasted 3 months. He said, we're going to come in and we're going to bring in all these young guys and we're just going to move fast and break things. We could just do things. Remember, that was this week.
But what I really love about him is that he shit on President Trump. He's a white boy that gets to shit on President Trump. And people love to eat it up. Long as y'all love to eat it up, I love to see white boys shit on President Trump. Seeing as how y'all never believe me when I shit on him. Let the white boy shit on him. The white boy shitting on him. So I'm going to let the white boy shit on him.
You could just do things. We're going to cut $1 trillion from the deficit. He got chewed up and spit out in 3 months. And now look at where we are. Nothing that has been promised has come to fruition. Can we end the wars? No. Trump wants to go back to Afghanistan. We're bombing Iran. We're building a base in Gaza. Mass deportations, Trump says, not so fast. We actually need all the people. We need the illegal farm workers. We need the illegal hospitality workers. We need the illegal construction workers. We're going to shut down H-1Bs, foreign students. Not so fast. We need all those Asians to fund our universities and do all the jobs that Americans are too retarded to do. Cut the deficit, forget about it. Epstein files, they don't exist.
Exactly. Where are the Epstein files? I still ask this almost every day to myself. Where are the Epstein files? But most important, what Nick just said here is this, like, people will probably disagree with him. That's fine. Many people will also agree with him. That's also fine. You can say whatever you want about Nick, but you can't call this man a liar. He is speaking some real facts. And again, I can say this over and over again. Even me, as a legal migrant myself, so I'm not even a real American, can you imagine? I completely agree with the fact that Donald Trump promised us so much about, like, he would build a wall. He would make sure that more people would be deported from the United States. He would hire less foreigners. He would hire more Americans. He would give more jobs to real Americans. Why is he not doing this? Why did he promise us or the real Americans so many things, but he is not actually doing this? Isn't this weird? Is Donald Trump control opposition? I don't know, but it's kind of suspicious and weird that he promised us so much and he's completely doing the opposite. He would deport many people. He is not doing that. I feel like more people are almost coming in now again. They said that they closed.
I know that y'all don't care about pedophiles. I know you don't care that your boss is pedophile. I know y'all don't care because y'all would be asking about it. You would be asking, you'd be demanding it if y'all care. Y'all don't care if y'all like y'all who leads y'all likes girls or boys or gay. It don't matter to y'all. We understand that. Don't be mad at us that y'all don't be mad at us, but don't be coming over here talking about gays and trans and immigrants if you don't care about pedophiles.
Closed the border entirely, that no one was coming in. I don't believe anything from that. I feel like more people are coming in every day than ICE is picking up. ICE picks up maybe 200 people a day, 300 people a day maximum, but at the same day 3,000 people arrive again. So we can't continue to do this any longer. Otherwise, our whole nation, the United States, will literally go bankrupt, or they are destroying themselves. We need to solve some very important problems in this country, and I know we cannot do this in one day. Same as Nick just said, you can build Rome in one day. That's a really good point, but we should start today. And if Donald Trump is not doing this, who is really gonna save the United States? That's the question what I really had, because my faith was in Donald Trump and I believed he was good for the United States. But every day now I don't.
You're one of the goofies that believed he was good for the United States. You're just one of the goofies that believed it. And there's plenty of goofies that still believe it.
And you have to understand that these things go hand in hand. When Trump started, he was not surrounded by the money. When Trump started, he funded his primary campaign with like $70 million. And it was just him and a small staff, and he was on Twitter, and that was it. And that's why it was energetic. That's why it was daring and risk-taking and exciting. And what happened really right after he won the election the first time in 17 and 18 is that all of the interests surrounded him, the money, the shills, the personnel, the bureaucrats. And the second that happened, they poisoned the well. And suddenly it became cautious and conventional and boring and safe. And suddenly it became about everyone getting a handout. It suddenly became about patronage. Everybody getting their back scratched, everybody getting taken care of under the table. Israel lobby, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, the corporate tax cuts, moving the embassy. It became about everything other than the people. These things go hand in hand. And this is what I said last year.
Right.
Like all of these ideas that we talk about on the show, about personnel, about the Israel lobby, about the Trump campaign, about why things aren't happening quickly or at all these things are deeply related. If the Heritage Foundation is controlled by Israel lobbyists, if the Republican Party is controlled by the Israel lobby and the interests, if they're policing the young people in the speech, if they're working for the donors and the rich, then you're never going to get the good policy. You're never going to get your American revival. They're fucking killing our country.
That's the whole point. Trump was bought on the first term. Soon, let me explain to y'all. As soon as Trump figured out that he could hold out for money because of his influence, bolster his personal money, bolster his children's money, bolster his grandchildren's money, take advantage of the presidential office and get money, influence, power. As soon as he figured it out, that's all he's been about, which is what we have been telling people from day one. But only goofies believed he was really interested in helping the American people. He hasn't done anything for the poor people yet. Shut your ass up, Black Wolf. We're talking about your corrupt old ass president. That's who we're talking about. Your corrupt old ass president. And if you really would have thought about it, if you would have been anything other than a goofy and a zombie, you would know that Biden pulled us away from the brink. But you're too goofy to know that, so I get it. Sorry.
Every time the president of the United States says we have to take care of the universities before the young people, we have to take care of.
Because they're first. You're not anybody to him. We don't mean anything to him. As soon as he figured out he can enrich himself as the president, it was over. He got goofies on the line, you MAGAs on the line, and he rolled y'all like donkeys. That's why he hasn't done anything for you. Man, wake up.
Hyundai and the South Koreans before we train up our own workforce. They're killing our country. They're murdering our country. In order to satisfy all the special interests and give the political kickbacks, we're literally murdering our country. And the whole idea behind Trumpism is that we could transcend the petty politics, the wheeling and dealing, the quid pro quo, the money power. The idea was if we could transcend that, if we could have the people elect one leader, and if he wasn't beholden to the interests, he could get in, hire the right people, and just fix it. And everybody'd be unhappy. The media'd be pissed. Everybody'd be pissed. There'd be pain and economic pain and maybe chaos. But with a firm hand and with consistency and with leadership, that we could actually revive the country. We would have to.
He has no intention of doing that. He doesn't care to do that. That's just a byproduct of him making money. That's the only thing. It's a byproduct of him making money. If we just happen to get any money, oh well. But he ain't trying to give us none or help us. Not even remote. Your MAGAs just Been used.
Break the back of all these self-perpetuating systems that have gotten us to this point. That was the whole idea. That's what made it interesting and exciting and worth supporting. And the second that it backslid into everything that came before, that's when I jumped off. That's when I said, I'm out. But all the idiots stuck around because, you know, a lot of them, they just caught on way too late. A lot of people got red pilled in like 2021. A lot of the people that voted for Trump in 24,
he's calling you MAGAs goofy. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I got off the Trump train because he recognized the scam. He recognized the scam. Okay.
they became conservative after the pandemic. They weren't there for the first time. And so their support for Trump is just like a generic conservatism. It's like a generic reaction to the excesses of the left. And so they weren't there for that magical campaign. They weren't there for that populist moment. And that's why they were sold a bunch of crap by propagandists on Twitter who were telling them it's going to be a never-ending Creed concert. We're going to be drinking Code Red Mountain Dew and playing Xbox, and it's going to be the golden age. You know, Vivek Ramaswamy and Tulsi Gabbard are going to put America first or whatever. Like they were just not prepared for that.
I think he's bitter. I think he's very bitter, and he understands. See, he's one of the smart ones. He's smart. He's a racist, but he's a smart one. He understands that Trump was a scammer. He got that Trump was a scammer soon enough. Right after Trump got right before Trump became he won this election. Nick figured it out. That's when he said, "Oh, you're a liar. You're a scammer. We're going to look back on this in 2 years and say, boy, did y'all get scammed. Boy, did you maggots get goofy. Trump is a scammer all day. All day. We've been telling the MAGAs. They just don't get it.
And now here we are. I was right. I told you so. This is not MAGA. There is nothing MAGA about any of this. This is not America first. None of this is putting Americans first. Every promise has been broken. There are no real victories.
Every promise has been broken. Goofy, goofy, goofy.
Trump has not delivered. It has been one disappointment after another, and that is because of corruption. That is because the Trump regime, just like every other regime, has been corrupted by money. That's the bottom line. You have been disappointed. You fell for it again. You believed them when they made a promise, which they never intended to keep. They said things to you to get your vote, knowing full well that once they got it, they were going to work for the donors.
Right, exactly. 10 points, A+ for Nick. And you should ask yourself, who are the biggest donors? Who do you think those biggest donors are? I think we all know the answer already, and that shows you already enough. Right?
But as soon as Trump figured out that he could enrich himself with all of the money, hats, Bibles, what else? Crypto, what else? Everything that made him rich. He been enriching himself all this time, getting his money, getting your money, getting people to send him money. All this time. Nick figured that out. I got to give it to him. At least he figured it out and he got up off the train. Most of you goobers ain't figured it out yet.
Right. This is exactly what is happening over and over again in our country. And this is the reason why people are getting so tired of politics. Every time they promise us so many things and they do completely the opposite. They literally play with us like we are just dolls or something. They just think, oh, those people, they will vote for us again. And once we have...
But when he shit on Trump, I got to hand it to him. He shits on Trump because he's telling the truth. 9 times out of 10, when he's telling the truth about it, Nick is saying the same thing that we've been saying. He just happened to used to be MAGA. He used to be MAGA. Now he ain't. So he understands exactly what Trump is doing. He's shitting on Trump. and I'm here for it.
Have the votes, we can do whatever we want. We will promise those people what they want, but when we win, we will do what we want. And this is the reason why people don't believe in politics anymore, why they don't believe these elite people anymore, because they're just like lying to us over and over again. And of course, the donors are like, they are the biggest, or maybe they are the reason behind this. And I'm just curious, how do you think about this? And who do you think those biggest donors are? Please, if you know it, share it in the comments, because I think we all know. And it's happening always the same thing. They promise us so many things, and then we finally have someone who's going to help the average American, like a Donald Trump, like he said that he would do. He would help us. And when he wins big time, don't forget this, Donald Trump won big time. He could change so many things in this country in favor of us, in favor of the MAGA people, but he is not doing this. He's not doing this, excuse me. Why? I don't know. Seriously, why is he not helping us? Meanwhile, he promised to do this. Meanwhile, he showed he was one of us. He said he was one of us, but he is not helping us. Is this suspicious? Yes. Does it say something that about Donald Trump maybe being controlled by other people? I don't know.
To be one of the goofiest black people on the planet, Black Wolf, for you to sit here and say he care about black folks. He don't give a damn about black folks. He made that abundantly clear. And I'll explain it to you in a minute.
But you should always ask yourself these questions, because I feel like it wouldn't be a weird question to ask if Donald Trump is maybe working in favor of someone else or some other people instead of the real Americans.
That's who pays for the cabinet appointments and the ambassadorships. That's who captures the bureaucracy. And that is why the system is sclerotic. That is why the system is slow and broken and unanswerable to the people and not even thinking about the people. And you're almost better off with Biden than with this. This is just like criminal stuff. And I'm not saying I'm it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I don't care. But all Trump seems to have done, he's just as bad as the Democrats. The only difference is Trump has given people a false sense of victory. Trump has lulled people into complacency. Everybody thought the people triumphed when Trump won. He's different. He's talking like the rest of us. That's what is particularly sinister about the Trump movement, is the way that it functioned as a Trojan horse. Biden was worse. Kamala would have been worse. But at least with Kamala, nobody would be under any illusions. Would Kamala be better? No, she would have been far worse. The economy would be worse. Immigration would be worse. It all would be worse. But here's what matters, and here's the difference. Nobody would be under any illusions about what it is. That it's illegitimate. The elections are fake. The government's corrupt. She's not really in charge. The system hates us. There'd be no love lost there. And everybody would be acutely aware of the problem. You'd have righteous indignation. You'd have anger. There'd be a revolutionary fervor. But instead, with Trump, you get the pressure release valve. And no matter what he says or what he does, 50% of his audience, he has this diehard base of supporters. They'll support it no matter what. If he bombs Iran, they'll support it. If he brings in 500,000 Chinese students, they'll say he doesn't really mean it. If he fails to deport people, they'll say, well, who cares? The border's secure, so what? That's the problem. And so this is when you start to begin to think politically and start to think about what our real end game is. My end game is not to elect Republicans and be marginally better than the Democrats. No, my end game is I do want an energetic president. I want an energetic, forward-thinking, progressive, disruptive, populist executive branch that is going to fucking break the back of the power in the country and put Americans first. No more kickbacks, no more deals, no more corruption, no more special interests, no more super PACs. We literally need a real leader that is actually popular and in control with agency, someone smart to get in, fire everybody, bring in his own people, and literally make the trains run on time. Literally build the new cities, raise the skyscrapers from the ground, build the factories, put us on a war footing. Make the fucking country great again. That's all I'm interested in. If it's not that, I don't want it.
Exactly. Nick is spot on. Like, for real, surprise, surprise. Again, I completely agree with everything Nick just said. This is just right. Everyone wants this. We voted for this. Why are we not getting this? Seriously, I don't know. If you know the answer, please share it in the comments. As well, if you agree with Nick, please share it in the comments, even if you disagree.
You never were going to get what you wanted to get from Trump. He never was about the American people. The minute he figured out how he could con people into getting him elected as president, that's what he did. He promised everybody everything. He promised everybody everything. I'm going to promise to deport people. I'm going to promise to bring back jobs. I'm going to promise to do X, Y, and Z. Deportation has been handled the worst that it could have been handled. It's terrible the way he has handled deportation. Now he wants to bring people in to invade into the neighborhoods. He wants to fire all the people in the government. Fired all the people in the government. He did all of those things. And yet and still, I keep asking people, what did the big beautiful bill do for you all? What did it do for you all? It did nothing for you because Donald Trump don't care whether it does anything for you. He doesn't care about that. That's what Nick is trying to say. He doesn't care about that. We need to bring somebody in who will build the country up, put the country first. Don't put no other country first. Build the poor and the middle class and the working class up. This is what Nick is saying. Just because he's racist doesn't mean I don't have similar views for the country. Okay? I don't give a fuck whether he likes black people or not. I don't like him. Okay? But Nick understands that Trump never did come in the door trying to help poor people. He never did. He never wanted to. This is all I'm going to say. No, I'm going to say this. Everything that Trump has done since he has been in power has been to make himself rich. Make his children rich. Crypto coin, inviting people to Mar-a-Lago. You got to pay $100,000 to come there. He's building a golf course in Qatar. You got to pay for access on his golf course. Okay. You got to pay for this. You got to pay for a pardon. You got to pay for him to get you out of jail. You got to pay all of these things. Tomorrow, don't do that. That's the one thing you don't do that. Don't make it sound like what I'm saying is lying. What I'm saying is lies. Tell me I hate him and everything else after that I'm lying about. I'm not lying about that. None of the things I've said is lies. He has invented a crypto, and people have to invest in the crypto in order for him to do things for him. He does sell his pardons. Give me $5 million and I'll give you a pardon. He makes people pay for them to come and visit him at Mar-a-Lago. All of these things he has done to enrich himself. That is all that he has done. Rich people tax credits, tax breaks. All that he has done is to enrich himself. So don't tell me that I'm lying. I understand all of that. We understand all of that. That's why this president is a shitty president, because he ran so he could enrich himself instead of running in order to take care of the American people. Okay? Instead of taking care of the regular, everyday, ordinary people. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, fine and dandy. It doesn't make sense. You all hit the like, share, subscribe button. I appreciate you all this evening. I appreciate you. We will be back here tomorrow for some more content. No, there's no twisting to it tomorrow. There's no twisting to that. I just said a couple things plain and simple. The crypto, the selling the pardons, coming to Mar-a-Lago, playing golf at this golf course in Takar. Jared getting billion-dollar businesses in Qatar. People enriching Ivanka overseas, inviting her places, speaker fees, making X, Y, and Z money here and there. The presidency has been about enriching him and his family. Nobody, I don't care what else he's done. He hasn't done anything for the American people. And the only thing the MAGAs have done has lift him up and made him even more dangerous. But that's okay. His time is coming to an end. We never needed this president, but we had goofy people who voted him in. Now it's time for the smart people to vote him out. Okay? No, we ain't finna do that to Mayo. We ain't finna do that. We ain't finna do that. Okay? We not finna do that. The Epstein files on top of that. That's why we keep calling MAGA a cult. You're right. That's exactly right. You all hit the like, share, subscribe button, however you want to do it. We have this content every day. So we do this every day. Depends on the day. Sometimes we hit the news early. Sometimes we hit at night. But we will be here tomorrow. And I appreciate you all coming out. I will talk to you later. Bye. I appreciate all of you. Please hit the like, share, and subscribe. I appreciate you. Yes, definitely do. Thank you. Thank you all.